Good morning and welcome to the LACERS Board of Administration special meeting of Wednesday, February 22nd. It is approximately 9:05 a.m. Annie, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Let the record reflect Commissioners Chow, Nguyen, Son, Wilkinson, and President Serrano are present virtually, and we have a quorum. President Serrano will preside over the board meeting. Also present virtually are General Manager Neil Guglielmo and Legal Counselor Gina D. Domenico.
Thank you. Consistent with LACERS board policies, speakers are limited to a total of 2 minutes for each general public comment and comment on special agenda items. And out of consideration for all of our wonderful presenters at the special meeting and the large audience gathered at this special meeting, to hear those speakers, I will limit the public comment period to 15 minutes. Ani, can you please give instructions for public comment?
Yes, if anyone has a public comment at this time, you will have 2 minutes to make your comment. For callers, please press *9 to raise your hand, and I'll call out the last 3 digits of your phone number. For public who have joined via the webinar link, please use the raise hand function located at the bottom of the Zoom screen, and I will announce your name when you can begin your public comment. So there's 2 ways for them to make public comments. And public comment is open at this time.
Ani, due to the large audience that we have, can you kind of repeat how people can give public comment just in case?
Sure, of course. If you are a caller, please press *9 and I'll see that your hand is raised and call out the last 3 digits of your number. However, if you joined via the webinar link, there's a raise hand function on the lower part of your screen, and you can go ahead and press that. I'll call out your name or identifying information for you to make your public comment.
Okay, I see none. Thank you so much, Ani. We're going to move on to item 2, LACERS 2023 Pensions Symposium, and I will give some opening remarks. So good morning, LACERS retirees, current City of Los Angeles employee, pension industry experts, and members of the public. My name is Nilsa Serrano, and and as president of LACERS board, it is my honor to welcome you to our first ever LACERS Pension Symposium. I am thrilled to see so many of you take time of your busy schedule to join us. The importance of the information being shared today cannot be overstated. Staying on top of the trends leading pension systems across the country ensures that LACERS board members, such as myself, make decisions that deliver upon the promise of a dignified retirement with the City of Los Angeles. This symposium provides an opportunity for all of you to learn from and pose your questions to our industry experts. And as LACERS subject matter experts, I invite you to actively engage with us during today's event by submitting your questions through the question and answer feature. Please do not put any personal information in the chat questions. Thank you again for joining us. I now turn over our LACERS to LACERS General Manager Neil Guglielmo. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, President Serrano, for that introduction. And welcome to our entire board of LACERS commissioners. And thank you for your leadership and vision. Welcome all who are joining us this morning, staff, retired members, active members, and members of the public as well. LACERS is pleased to host our 2023 virtual symposium, and we hope that all of our attendees have an opportunity to join us for all of today's presentations, or just listen in as long as you can, and understand that we'll have the entire symposium recorded, and it'll be available for your viewing pleasure at any time. Next, I will briefly highlight some of our program items for the day. We have a number of staff and guest speakers covering a range of topical areas, including an overview of state and local pensions from a national perspective, followed by a presentation on LACERS as a maturing public pension plan. Next, then, will be an introduction to asset allocation, really the foundation of our investment programs. Then we'll have responsible investment within an environmental, social, and governance framework, and a presentation on LACERS Emerging Manager Program. At that point, after a brief QA, we will have a 20 to 25-minute recess, which essentially will be the midpoint of today's symposium. Then we'll return from that recess. We will have a presentation on the future of Medicare, controlling healthcare costs, and wellness. This will be followed by a panel of LACERS retirees for an informative QA panel discussion. Then we'll have a presentation on LACERS member experience. Our final presentation will be on LACERS vision and initiatives. We will conclude today's symposium with some closing remarks by our board president. I would like to next thank all of our members and the public again for joining us, making that time to listen in to these presentations, which we hope will be very informative for everyone. We value all of your input, and our symposium speakers will do their best to incorporate your input and questions as time allows. If you did not have an opportunity to submit your questions before the symposium, you can use the QA function here within Zoom. And our fabulous LACERS staff will be on hand to monitor those questions as they come in, responding to some of those questions directly during the symposium, and some will be responded to after the symposium and will be posted to our symposium webpage. So we have a lot of ground to cover today, some exciting things on the docket. I'm going to turn it over to Tiffany and to Nathan. Take it from here.
Great. Thank you, Neil. So once again, good morning to you all and welcome to the LACERS Pension Symposium. My name is Tiffany Obembe. I am a Senior Benefits Analyst with LACERS, and along with my colleague, Nathan Herkelrath, we will be your MCs for today's event. Now, Nathan's going to give you a little overview and explain the structure of today's event. Nathan?
Thank you, Tiffany. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nathan Herkelrath. I'm a benefits analyst with LACERS. Excited to be your co-MC today. So today there's going to be a lot of information covered, a lot of great presentations, and it's understandable and expected that you will have questions. So throughout today's event, please do utilize the Q&A feature on your Zoom toolbar to submit your questions. It looks like 2 chat bubbles. Okay, please do not raise your hand throughout the event because you will not have your questions submitted that way. Okay, beyond that, please do not include any personally identifiable information in the questions you submit, such as your email or birth date or things like that. There will also be live answering to questions as time permits. It looks like we currently have 3 slated sessions for live Q&A. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and begin with our first presenter. I'd just like to welcome Mr. Alex Brown. Mr. Brown is a research manager with the National Association of State Retirement Administrators. He collects and distributes data that covers a wide range of topics pertinent to public retirement administration and policy. For further information regarding his background and qualifications, please do visit our website. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that introduction. If we could call my slides up to the screen, that would be helpful. Thank you very much. Just by way of background, my organization, NASRA, is a professional association for the executive directors of the nation's largest statewide public employee retirement systems. So individuals such as Mr. Guglielmo and his counterparts across the country. And I'm representing the NASRA Research Office, where, speaking broadly, we track a range of trends affecting public pension plans, including actuarial, financial, demographic, and plan design trends and developments. And so that's going to be the basis for my remarks to you this morning. Next slide, please. So I like to start with a high-level overview of the public pension community, and that is reflected by the summary statistics on this slide. I'm not going to read all of these to you. You can read them on your own. but I do like to emphasize a couple points. So nearly $5 trillion in assets as of the third quarter of fiscal year 2022. That's per the Federal Reserve. That's obviously a key source of economic stability and financial market liquidity. 10% of the nation's workforce participates in a public pension plan, so a not insignificant number of individuals in this country are participating in a pension plan sponsored by a state or local government. On this third point, the assets held by public pension funds receive a lot of attention, the levels of investment return, those kinds of things. But I want to emphasize that, and this is a census source statistic as of fiscal year 2021, over $320 billion in benefits were distributed by public pension plans in aggregate. So there's a lot of money that's falling out of these pension plans each year. Annual contributions, $238 billion. That breaks down to about 25% or so coming from employees, and the remaining 75% or so contributed by their employers. And then this final statistic, census identifies over 5,000 public retirement systems nationwide. But the largest 75 or so, which reflects by and large a NASRA membership, accounts for the overwhelming majority, over 80% of all the assets and members of the public pension plan community. So it is the case that nationwide there's a small number of very large public pension plans. There's a large number of very small public pension plans. And next slide, please. So same type of statistics, just focusing on the state of California, 1.2 trillion in assets as of FY21. And so if we remember from the previous slide, the aggregate total of approximately 5 trillion in assets held in aggregate, about 1/5 of that is held by the state of California. 12% of the state workforce in California participate in a public pension plan, a little higher than the national aggregate. And then all the way to the last point, 82 retirement systems identified by census in this state. CalPERS and CalSTRS account for almost 800 billion of the assets and a substantial majority of the membership. So the public pension situation in California largely resembles that of the nation as a whole. A couple very large pension plans and a larger number of comparatively smaller public pension plans, although of those smaller pension plans, many such as those identified on the second bullet under the retirement system count, University of California Retirement Plan, LA County, Police and Fire, and this plan, LACERS, are pretty substantial in size compared to certainly other municipally sponsored pension plans and in many other state pension plans as well. Next slide, please. So this is the big picture. I'm going to start with an update on public pension funding conditions. And this is the big public pension funding picture. This chart is identifying the change in aggregate public pension assets. Those are the light blue bars, and the actuarial value of liabilities. Those are the dark blue bars, and the corresponding funding level, the ratio of assets to liabilities, is overlaid in the line chart above the bar chart. And this is for the period FY01 to FY21. And as you can see, at the turn of the century, public pension plans in aggregate were overfunded. And so at this time, you had a lot of public pension plans that were not making regular contributions to their plan. A couple enacted benefit increases, some of those retroactively. And then, of course, what happened next is the financial market decline associated with the dot-com crash, which sent aggregate public pension funding levels into a period of decline that leveled off around 2006, 2007 or so, and then declined more precipitously following the market losses associated with the 2008, 2009 crash. In more recent years, so since about FY 12 or 13 or so, after most public pension plans had fully absorbed the losses incurred in 2008, 2009, we entered this period where public pension funding conditions were pretty much sideways, sort of range bound between 72, 74% or so. By and large, the investment markets during this period were favorable to public pension plans. So why did funding levels go sideways, such as indicated here on this chart? Well, the answer to that question is, by and large, the result of downward pressure on public pension funding levels exerted by changes to actuarial assumptions and methods. So adopting lower rates of lower investment return assumptions, more conservative amortization policies, those changes, which by and large are prudent, nevertheless had a depressing impact on public pension funding levels that worked as sort of a headwind against them, improving their funding levels during this period. And then in the most recent year, FY21, largely as a result of the significantly positive investment experience in that year, you saw the aggregate funding level break out of this pattern to just under 75% in FY21. And for reasons that we'll discuss a little bit later on, that improvement is not likely to be enduring. Next slide, please. So in order for a pension plan's funding level to improve, its actuarial value of assets must grow faster than its actuarial liabilities. And that's what we're looking at here on this chart. That's identifying the median annual change in actuarial assets, that's the blue line, and actuarial liabilities indicated on the red line. A couple of things worth pointing out here. There was a period from 2009 to 2012. Now, where if you focus on the blue line for those years, you can see there was little to no asset growth during that period. That reflects the process of actuarial smoothing or phase recognition over a specific time frame of actuarial experience. And so what you can see there is the impact of the 2008-2009 market decline, which was so substantial. Most plans recognize investment gains and losses over a 5-year period. And so you can see it took that long to fully absorb that investment loss, which is why you saw very little growth in the actuarial value of assets and liability growth that was much higher during that period. On the liability side, you see that prior to the market crash and Great Recession, liability growth was much higher. It was on the order of 6% or so. And then following that event, you see this big decline in liability growth to much consistently lower levels of around 3.5% to 4% or so. What's going on there? This is largely the impact of a substantial period of pension reform that we'll talk about in greater detail later on in this presentation. Also, declines to assumed rates of investment return, which reduces the rate of annual interest applied to pension plan liabilities, those and other factors exerting downward pressure on liability growth during this period. And so you see for many of these recent years, FY12 and onward, the assets and liabilities lines are tracking pretty closely with one another, which is why you saw that condition where aggregate public pension funding ratios were pretty steady during that period before the big breakout in FY21. Next slide, please. So this chart is identifying the distribution of public pension funding levels for FY21. There are approximately 120 bubbles on this chart. Each bubble represents one pension plan, larger bubbles. The size of the bubbles is roughly proportionate to the size of the plan's liability. So larger bubbles reflect larger plans, smaller bubbles reflect smaller plans. I want to point out that this chart does not include retiree health benefit plans. Not every plan on this chart administers retiree health benefits. In fact, most of them do not. And so we choose to restrict the scope of this comparison to just the type of plan that all of these entities commonly administer, which is defined benefit pension plans. And so this is identifying the individual funding levels for the latest year available, FY21. You can see the median and aggregate figures there, and then the relative position of LACERS is also identified just a little bit below the median. The biggest bubble there is CalPERS, the nation's largest public pension plan. Just to its right is the California State Teachers Retirement System, largest teacher pension plan in the country. And then you can see, when you lay out the totality of the actuarial experience that these plans have, the different actuarial assumptions and methods that they use, benefit levels, governance structures. This is how it lays out, and it's a pretty normal distribution, from 20% to approaching 120% and everything in between. Next slide, please. So I want to provide some comparative information on contribution rates, and that's what we're looking at here on this chart, which is identifying the median contribution rate, median employee and employer contribution rate, for the sample of plans that we monitor whose participants are not covered by Social Security. It's important to restrict this comparison by Social Security status because, as you all probably know, plans whose participants are not all covered by Social Security have higher benefit levels and correspondingly have higher costs to fund those benefits to compensate for the lack of expected Social Security income. And so this chart is identifying the median rates for period FY02 to FY21. On the employer side, you've seen pretty steady growth in the median contribution rate. That's because of the substantial growth in unfunded liabilities during this period. And also something I mentioned previously, lower assumed rates of investment return, more conservative actuarial assumptions and methods, also driving those contribution rates to be higher, also improved funding discipline. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later too. And then the latest contribution rate for LACERS, I should mention, this is for a sample of general employee and teacher plans only. So these contribution rates do not reflect public safety officers or other narrow groups of public employees. And that's for purposes of making an accurate comparison. And so LACERS is right there, a little bit above, but tracking pretty closely to the latest median rate. On the employee contribution side, you can see it held at 8% for many years. There's been a lot of increases to employee contribution rates, but sort of the long period of time at 8% and then the slow climb to 9% reflects just how much reform activity it takes to move this median. And then LACERS is there at about 10.1% for FY21, so a little bit higher than the median employee contribution rate there. Next slide, please. So we also look at demographic trends affecting public pension plans, and that's what we're looking at here. Median annual change in active members and beneficiaries or annuitants. So that's retirees and their surviving beneficiaries. So the change in active members is indicated by the light blue or white shaded bars on this chart, and the change in annuitants in the dark blue bars. And then the corresponding ratio of active participants to annuitants is overlaid across the top of the bar chart here. So a couple things to point out. Obviously, you can see pretty clearly that there's a lot higher growth in annuitants than active members. That's to be expected. That's something that public pension funds, insurance companies, and other entities have understood for a long time is coming. Following the market decline and during the Great Recession period, you can see that growth in active members was negative or in decline for a pretty substantial period of time before beginning to show a little bit of positive growth in more recent years. FY21 accepted, where you see a big decline sort of on the order of that which was experienced following the Great Recession. On the annuitant growth side of things, something that strikes me about this chart is that, yes, growth in annuitants is still higher than growth in active members, but the pace of growth in annuitants seems to have slowed in recent years. You can see more or less a pretty steady trend of decline in the annual rate of growth in annuitants. And then the ratio of active to annuitants predictably has declined as well from just over 2.4 active participants for each annuitant in FY02 all the way down to about 1.3 actives per annuitant. LACERS is at about 1.1, but that's the result of a pretty significant decline in active membership in FY21. Prior to that, it was right about at the median 1.3 or so, and we'll look a little bit closer at that in a couple slides. So if we could move on to the next slide, please. So ultimately, I'm going to share some information about growth in covered payroll. And so we looked at growth in membership, in active membership. And so public pension payroll, covered payroll for public pension plans serves as the basis for contribution. So actuaries, project a certain level of payroll growth. If that payroll growth does not materialize as expected, it could cause employer costs to be higher. And so that's why this is an important thing for us to track. And so payroll growth is really comprised of two elements: so the number of employees participating in the pension plan and their salaries. And so we looked at membership trends. Now this is looking at the salary trends. that are informing recent payroll growth trends. And so this is based on information published on a quarterly basis by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. This reflects the annualized quarterly change in wage and salary costs for two groups of employees, private sector and state and local workers since 2001. And so you can see the periods of recession are indicated here on this chart. And so following recessions, salary growth tends to decline. And it did so pretty significantly following the Great Recession. There were several years, about 6 years or so, where salary growth for state and local workers was between 1.5%, maybe approaching 2% as we were breaking out of the recession, but pretty low and much lower than rates of salary growth that most public pension plans were expecting. And then you can see same thing happened following the pandemic-induced recession, but then primarily because of the big spike in inflation that we've seen in recent years, you see a correspondingly significant spike in salary growth for both sets of employees, for private sector certainly, and for state and local workers, approaching rates of annualized salary growth perhaps not previously ever experienced. And so this is another factor, along with the membership information that we just looked at, that's driving trends in public pension plan payrolls, which I believe on the next slide we will explore specifically. So I mentioned the two factors that comprise public pension payroll growth: number of workers employed and growth in their salaries. And so this is sort of the end result. This is why that information on the previous two slides matters for public pension plans, because it's driving growth in covered payroll. And this is looking at the median annual change in covered payroll from FY02 to FY21. And you can see, as you probably could predict based on the membership and salary information, you had a period of time following the Great Recession where growth in covered payrolls was either in decline or negative for public pension plans on a median basis. And you've seen a little bit of breakout in recent years, also as you might expect from looking at those charts that I presented previously, as we as a nation emerged from the Great Recession. But you're also seeing, I think, the establishment of sort of a new normal for growth in public pension plan covered payrolls. Whereas prior to the Great Recession, you were seeing, consistent growth above 3%, even approaching, 4, even 5% in some years, consistent with most public pension plans payroll growth assumptions. Following the Great Recession, even the accelerated rates of growth you've experienced previously are still sort of below that old normal. And it's beginning to sort of look like we're in a period of new normal for public pension payroll growth, maybe on the order of 2%, 2.5%, rather than the consistent rates of growth above 3% that we saw previously. Next slide, please. So the median payroll growth experience belies a significant diversity in the individual plan experience. And so that's what we're looking at here. So similar to that individual funding levels chart, this is a distribution of individual public pension plan payroll growth for FY21. So all the plans that were included in that median analysis are represented by an individual bar here on this chart. You can see the median there, just under 2% payroll growth in FY21. And there was a wide range of experience, from one plan that had payroll growth above 8% to one plan that had a decline in covered payroll of approximately 8%. And that plan was this one, was LACERS. My understanding from the data is that that's not a trend or a consistent experience. It looks like more than a one-off. I'm sure the plan administration can, and maybe their actuary can discuss that in more detail, but that's what we see in the data. And so I thought that was worth pointing out. Next slide, please. So just to wrap up the funding discussion, where do we expect public pension funding conditions and contributions to go from here? Well, as I alluded to earlier, subpar investment returns for FY22 are still to be incorporated for public pension plans. And if you remember the actuarial smoothing effect, most plans choosing a smoothing period of 5 years to incorporate gains and losses. That means the FY22 experience is going to displace the FY17 experience in the 5-year smoothing window. And FY17 was a pretty good year. I think there was median investment return was over 10% for FY17. So that's going to be replaced with FY22, which is going to be a year of negative investment return for most public pension funds. So that's going to have a depressing impact on funding levels. More conservative actuarial assumptions and methods. I mentioned the significant wave of reductions to investment return assumptions. You're not seeing certainly as much activity in that area as specifically as inflation has been higher in recent years, but there's still enough prospectively announced changes and phased changes to where that will be having an impact on the FY22 funding experience. Rates of public sector hiring and salary growth have been trending higher, but they remain below previous levels. And if that payroll growth experience remains below the rates of payroll growth that most plans are assuming, then that's going to require higher contribution rates as a result of that condition. And then a little positive news, most, but not all employers are contributing their full actuarially determined contribution, the full amount that their actuary is recommending to fund their benefits and eliminate their unfunded liabilities over a period of time. That's a consistent practice here at LACERS. That's something to be proud of. It's not the case everywhere else. Mostly those who are contributing less than their ADC are plans that are funded with fixed contribution rates and are seeing some divergence between those fixed contribution rates and the actuarially determined rates. But for those affected by that, that's a big headwind toward improving their funding condition. Next slide, please. So I want to shift gears here and spend just a few minutes talking about plan design changes. So pension reforms in recent years. Since the market decline and recession, nearly every state has made what we would classify as a significant reform to their pension plans, affecting one or more elements of benefit levels, contribution rates, cost of living adjustments, or the plan design itself. One of the major themes of this period of pension reform has been the establishment of so-called risk-sharing features, and I'll talk a little bit more about that moving forward. Lower benefits, higher contributions, I mentioned. We'll see some indication of the scope of these trends in the next series of slides. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. So hybrid plans. I mentioned that the most extreme form of pension reform has been changing the plan design itself. And so one of those types of changes has been to move from a purely defined benefit plan to what is known as a hybrid plan, either a combination defined benefit, defined contribution plan, or a cash balance plan, which contains features of both defined benefit and defined contribution plans. Going all the way back a couple of decades to 1995, we see there were a couple of hybrid plans in existence. This map is a heat map. So the darker the shade of blue, the more public employees in that state participating in a hybrid plan. And so you can see, as of 1995, 2 states had hybrid plans: Indiana, which covered most non-safety public employees, and then Texas has cash balance plans for city and county workers. So hybrid plans aren't exactly new, but if we go on to the next slide, where we'll see where things stand as of 2021, you can see several additional states have adopted a hybrid plan. The other thing to notice is that only 2 joined Indiana in applying that hybrid plan to a majority of public employees: Oregon and Rhode Island, both of which established hybrid plans and applied them to some amount of current existing employees as well as new hires. But you can see overwhelmingly a pretty small percentage of public employees is covered by a hybrid plan, even in states that have chosen to adopt that plan type. Of course, in some of these states like Kansas, Tennessee, Virginia, and others that applied those new hybrid plans to substantially all newly hired public employees, we will expect those percentages to increase over time as more new hires are added. Next slide, please. So I mentioned COLA cuts. That's what's indicated here on this map. 33 states since 2009 choosing to cut their COLA benefit. COLA cuts fell into one of 3 broad categories: cuts affecting current retirees. Those are the states in beige, and that's the dominant group affected by COLA cuts. Cuts affecting current employees and new hires. That's the states shaded in blue, and then cuts affecting new hires only. That's the teal group. One thing I want to point out here is that number one, just about all of the states that cut the COLA for retirees were sued. Most of the lawsuits, but not all of them, but most of them affirmed the state's authority to cut the COLA benefit. Another thing to point out is that some states don't provide automatic COLAs. That includes Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and others. So effectively, those states didn't really have a benefit to cut, but most of them went a very long period of time without providing a so-called ad hoc cost of living increase to their retirees. Next slide, please. So 39 states increased employee contributions. And these other maps are intended to show the scope of these different reform actions, but not necessarily the magnitude. So reflected here in this map is all types of increases from very small to very substantial increases to employee contribution rates, temporary increases, permanent increases, phased increases. All of that activity sort of rolled into this summary graphic. Next slide, please. And similar concept to what I just described for the map of employee contribution rate increases. This is looking at states that reduce pension benefits. So all of the different ways you can reduce an individual's pension benefit: cutting the multiplier, increasing the age and or service requirement to retire with a full pension benefit, increasing the vesting period, the period used to calculate final average salary. All of that rolled into this one summary graphic in 40 states. Taking this type of action since 2009. Next slide, please. So I talked a little bit about risk sharing, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I just want to sort of introduce the concept. C plus I equals B plus C. Over time, the money coming in, that's the left-hand side of the equation, the contributions and the investment income they generate has to equal the money going out. That's the benefit payments and the expenses associated with administering the pension plan. So over time, that equation has to be in balance. If the plan's actuarial assumptions were 100% correct every year for all time, there would be no problem. That equation would be in perpetual balance. But that's not the case. Sometimes the assumptions are not met. So in a traditional defined benefit plan, when that balance is disrupted, the employer share of C, the employer's contributions to the plan, generally are required to increase. And so what risk sharing introduces is the possibility that maybe the employee share of C will increase in those circumstances, or maybe even something on the right-hand side of the equation. So benefit levels may be required by law or practice to be lower to restore balance to this equation. So then when we talk about risk sharing, when you hear that concept, that's broadly what it refers to. Next slide, please. Several examples of risk sharing. Hybrid plans, which we looked at, are one commonly adopted theme of risk sharing type of plan. Cost of living adjustment that's contingent or limited on some other factor. Flexible employee contribution rates that can rise or fall depending on the plan's actuarial experience, or even maybe the most extreme case would be adjustable benefit levels, which you don't see too much of in this country. You see more of it in Canada and Europe, but increasingly there's a little bit of it here as well. Next slide, please. And so another summary graphic. This is states adding or modifying shared risk plan design features since 2000. So you can see 23 states, or nearly half of the country, has adopted one or more of those risk sharing features that I had listed on the previous slide. So this is definitely something of a trend we're following. Next slide, please. And so then beginning to wrap up here, I put this comparative of the LACERS tiered plan design, 2 tiers, tier 1 and tier 3. There was a tier 2 in the middle that ended up reassimilated into tier 1. And so what this is meant to indicate is that you have been affected by pension reform here at LACERS. You've been affected in ways that are typical or representative of ways that other pension plans around the country have been affected. And so that's what we're intending to communicate here. Next slide. And so just to wrap up here, LACERS is obviously a non-Social Security plan, and reforms for plans whose employees are not also covered by Social Security generally have been less significant than reforms for their Social Security covered counterparts. That's because federal law requires non-Social Security plans to maintain a certain minimum benefit levels. So effectively, there's not as much that those plans are able to cut in a pension reform process than their Social Security counterparts are. And as I mentioned previously, pension reforms here at LACERS are consistent with the type of reform that have affected pension plans nationwide. And as we could see on that plan design comparative, the LACERS plan includes or reflects principles of shared risk plan design primarily through the COLA arrangement, which is a automatic COLA with a max of 3%. So effectively, if we think about the risk sharing framework, that certainly qualifies as retirees are exposed to inflation risk when inflation is above that 3% cap, which it certainly has been in recent years. So that's the conclusion of my prepared remarks. I have my contact information on the following slide, and I'd be happy to answer your questions at the appropriate time.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Brown. A lot of thought-provoking information shared there. Great to see the stack up of different systems. So I just want to, I've seen questions come in. I just want to remind everyone to please avoid raising your hand. If you do have questions, please submit them through the Q&A. Again, that's the chat bubbles on your Zoom toolbar. And with that, I will go ahead and pass it to Tiffany to introduce the next speakers.
Great. Thank you, Nathan. All right.
And we do have a Q&A though, correct, Tiffany?
Right after
Mr. Brown?
SEGAL.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So you'll have SEGAL and NASRA. Those will be combined into one Q&A. Okay. All right. So our next speakers who will be presenting on plan maturity, we have Todd Towser and Andy Jung, Vice Presidents and Actuaries with SEGAL Consulting. So let's go ahead and welcome Todd and Andy.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here. Andy and I appreciate you having us today. So we are actuaries with SEGAL, as was mentioned. My particular background and the perspective that I'm bringing today is that I'm an actuary who's focused on risk. So early in my career, I worked for CalPERS, and I led our asset liability management work there and focused on risk. And then I was hired by S&P Global Ratings. On the credit rating agency side, S&P wanted to better understand how pension plan decisions in the past were affecting where they are today and where they're headed in the future in terms of contributions, in terms of sustainability. So they created a new position there called the Director of Municipal Pensions and hired me into that position. And so I led a team of over 100 municipal analysts in analyzing the core mechanics and risks of pension plans. And then almost 4 years ago now, I joined SEGAL. I'm currently our National Public Sector Retirement Practice Leader. And I'm honored to be here today. And so Andy and I are going to take us through a discussion. If we can bring up the slide deck for SEGAL. Perfect. So the primary focus of our discussion today is plan maturity, what plan maturity looks like, what the risks are associated with that. We'll talk a little bit about contribution rates and how that mixes with plan maturity as well. But that really is our focus for today. So if we can go to the next slide. So we're going to split out our discussion into these 4 big points. First, we're going to look at current plan environment. Honestly, Alex Brown did a really good job discussing that. So we'll be brief on that portion of the presentation. Then we're going to move on specifically to look at LACERS. What does LACERS look like? What's our maturity levels currently? And what might that mean for contribution rates? The third thing here is just a summary here, actuarial considerations for plan maturity. What do we think about? What are we thinking about as actuaries as plans mature? And then finally, we'll shift gears a little bit and discuss how we're managing the unfunded liability currently and possible considerations there. So let's move on to slide 3 and get this going. So over the summer of last year, I had the opportunity to partner with the National Institute on Retirement Security, NERS. And we did a broad research paper. It included investment research and actuarial research. And one of the main focuses of this paper was, let's go back to the Great Recession, go back to 2008, 2009. And from then till now, let's examine the experience of our public pension plans. Let's see what's happened to those plans and why. Why have these things happened to the plans? And we're specifically trying to answer one question that Alex touched on pretty well, which was, hey, you see in the news that after the recession, we had 10 years of pretty strong investment return. We had a pretty good experience overall as pension plans, yet at the same time, we didn't see funding levels improve all that much. And so some news articles and think tanks out there use that to say, hey, pension plans are broken. We need to change them or get rid of them and go into 401ks. And the point of this paper was, well, let's actually get into the details and put some numbers and analysis as to what's going on and why. And the truth of the matter was, we found out that by and large, the primary issue associated with that period of time and the lack of funding that we saw is what Alex said. It was because we saw a changing economic and a changing demographic environment, and pension plans were proactively adjusting their assumptions and methods to account for that changing economic and demographic environment. But that's really where we saw primary changes and challenges, kind of headwinds, if you will, to funding. So I'll explore that in a second. And the next slide is actually a graph from NASRA. So we used it in our paper, but this is looking specifically at the discount rate. And Alex talked about this a little bit, how over time we've seen the discount rate go down quite dramatically for public pension plans. This graph is a little overwhelming to look at first, but if you take a second to let it sink in, I'll walk you through it. So if we look at the first column, 2001, on this graph, we're looking at a variety of plans across the United States, the large plans, and what discount rates were they using. Well, the median and the average discount rate was 8%. You could see that in the dark blue. There are a whole bunch of plans in dark blue. We had some plans above 8, up above in the top, and we had some plans below 8, down in the 7s. But by and large, most plans use 8% as their discount rate assumption. And so we were moving along just fine at 8% through the early 2000s, and then we hit the Great Recession, and then all of a sudden you see this big upward swing on the graph. And upward actually indicates lower discount rates taking over. So you see those grays in the 14, 15, 16 take over. And finally, we get to 2023, and the median discount rate has shifted down a whole percentage point from 8% to 7%. You think about that on a relative basis, that's over a 10% difference in discount rate, changing from 8 to 7. So that had a large impact and is a large cost driver for all of the pension plans that we looked at over this window. On the next slide, of course, this is no surprise, but people are living longer. And not only are people living longer, but they're receiving benefits for longer. And not only are they receiving benefits for longer, but those that are receiving the highest benefits turned out to be the ones that tended to also live the longest, which intuitively makes sense, but turns out is more expensive for a pension plan. So over time, actuaries have developed more tools to project more accurately how people will be living longer over time, who will be living longer in terms of those with higher benefits or lower benefits. And so all of this is important changes and good changes in the sense of accurately reflecting liability. But of course, it means also more expenses for the plan as we anticipate, again, this more challenging economic environment and a more challenging demographic environment. So this is all background. If we go to the next slide, this is what we did with the NERS paper. This is one of the summary slides. And there's more in that paper as well, but I wanted to focus on this as it relates to our discussion today. And the basic idea is we took 3 real plans in California, and we said, all right, first of all, let's look at your current liability as it is today. And those are the yellow bars in this graph. And then let's also just grab the primary assumptions that were in place right before the Great Recession. So, 13, 14, 15 years ago, let's go back and grab what the assumptions were at that time. So totally different discount rate, totally different mortality assumptions, but using the same population, using the population as of today. What would the difference in total liability be? And you can see it right here on the slide. Really, on average, we're finding for most plans, the difference is between 15 to 20%. So liability today is 15 to 20% higher on the same plan population based on updated assumptions that are being used today, as opposed to almost 15 years ago. So that is quite a big change. In fact, for these 3 plans that we were looking at, plans A, B, and C, none of them are fully funded today. But if we were to use the assumptions in place before the Great Recession, 2 out of the 3 of these plans would have been well into surplus, would have been well over 100% funded, just by using an older discount rate and an older mortality assumption. So that really provides to us, it illuminates, if you get into the discussion, why aren't plans better funded today? Well, if they were on the same basis they were 15 years ago, they would be way better funded today. But we're not recommending that basis. This is for illustration purposes. We're saying that plans have proactively met the challenges of a different economic environment and a different demographic environment than we had in the past. And so they're recognizing that retirees are living longer and that costs, we have to contribute more because we expect to earn less in the future. And we're not only recognizing it, but we're building those into the valuations and dealing with them proactively. So that's really the discussion around this NERS research project. And it's relevant to plan maturity for sure, because a lot of these challenges have to do with the maturing of our plans and the maturing of the US population and how that affects the US economic environment. So all of this is kind of setting the stage, but if we go to the next slide, we'll get into some information now specific to LACERS. And some of this information, we do a risk report every year, and we provide some of this information in that risk report for LACERS, but we've added to that here. And so we'll go over it. I think it's really helpful to just understand broadly what's going on for our plan here at LACERS. So this first one is looking at plan maturity from simply a head count perspective. And this is just the retirement side of the plan. So if you look at the graph, we have two lines here. The orange bar is simply non-active members divided by active members. So all members that are not currently active, they could be deferred. They could have left the plan but haven't retired yet, or they could actually be retirees or beneficiaries. All of those members divided by active members. And you can see that the non-active members relative to active members have gone up significantly over this time, the last 10 years. But the more important line, what I think, is the green line, which is members in pay status. Now we're looking specifically at those that are receiving benefits out of the plan divided by active members. And you can see that that's increased as well, not quite as fast. But the interesting thing about this graph is we haven't quite hit, for the green line, this magical number, the 1.0 number. A lot of plans kind of benchmark that number. When are we going to have more people receiving benefits than are active? I think when you look at the United States, over 50% of plans are now over 1. So LACERS is not quite there yet, but we certainly will be there soon, where we'll have more members receiving benefits than we actually have members paying in as active members, contributing to the plan along with their employer. So this gives us an interesting visual picture. We can see, yes, looking at this, the plan is becoming more mature, but it doesn't tell you all that much. From a quantitative perspective, it doesn't tell you all that much. So we'll move on, but first let's quickly look at the next slide, which is health. So similar story here with health. You can see the ratios are a bit lower, both for all non-active members and for the members in pay status divided by active members. Now the trend has become more mature, but it's lower for both because not all of our members who are in the retirement plan are also in the health plan. Not all of them have vested yet or chosen to be there. So a little bit lower, but the same trend here. But again, this is just really qualitative. So let's move on to the next slide where we can get a bit more into the quantitative. So we calculate metrics, what we call volatility ratios or maturity metrics for LACERS every year. We'd like to use two. You can see them here on the screen. One is the asset volatility ratio, and the other is the liability volatility ratio. And all we're doing is taking what we're measuring, so assets or liabilities, and we're dividing them by plan payroll. And why are we dividing them by plan payroll? Well, it's because we set contributions as a percentage of pay. So payroll really is the filter by which we push things through to determine contribution rates for our employers. So the asset volatility ratio is simply assets divided by payroll. Liability is liability divided by payroll. So if you think about it, if we have a whole bunch of assets compared to the size of our payroll, when those assets move up and down over time, then it's going to filter through to significant contribution rate changes. But if assets are relatively small compared to payroll and they move up and down, then it's going to lead to less significant contribution rate changes. And the same is true on the liability side. It's also worth mentioning that the liability volatility ratio is the more stable ratio, and two, kind of the long-term target of the asset volatility ratio. And why? Because we're targeting 100% funding. So we're trying to make our assets catch up and equal to our liabilities. And in that case, these two ratios would be the same. So you can really look at that liability volatility ratio as kind of the more stable long-term of these two numbers. And so if we look at the table here at the bottom, you can see, and obviously we have the benefits are larger and we have more assets set aside for the retirement plan than we do for the health plan on an absolute basis. So you can see, for example, the asset volatility ratio of retirement plan 7.5, health plan 1.5. So in total combined, we have an asset volatility ratio of 9, which if you want to put an example around that, if we had a 10% loss on investments in the next year, well, we just lost 90% of our total payroll in assets. So it helps put some relative size and understanding around what that loss could be. And then you can also calculate what the contribution rate ramifications would be for that as well. Liability is higher, combined 12.3%. So if we had a 10% loss, we lose over 100% of our payroll in money. So that would be 123% loss to the plan relative to payroll. So this is just an introduction. I'd like to show what they actually look like. So if we go to slide 10. Thank you. So here's the LACERS volatility ratios. And again, we're back on just retirement. We split it out between retirement and health. So you can see the orange is the liability volatility ratio, where the green diamond is the asset volatility ratio. And they're both trending upward over time, which is no surprise. I will say, in part, the trends have been mitigated a little bit due to the fact that we've had benefit reform and we have new members coming in with less benefits, less total benefits than members who are retiring. So that does help mitigate this a little bit. But we still, over time, expect our plans to get more mature. So for example, if we look at the asset volatility ratio in 2013, it's about 5.5%. Now in 2022, it's about 7.5%. That is almost, not quite, but almost a 50% increase. So what that means is if we had an investment loss in 2013, and we had that same comparable investment loss in 2022, the impact on contribution rates would be almost 50% higher. We'd see contribution rates move by almost 50% more in 2022 than we would have seen in 2013. So the implication here is that our contribution rates are becoming more sensitive to changes in assets and to changes in liabilities. So you can see both that here. And that's an important concept to understand. And that, again, this is natural for a plan as it gets more mature, but it's also quite important to understand. So if we look at the health side of things on slide 11, you see the same trend on a smaller scale. In fact, if you look at the asset volatility ratio, that asset volatility ratio has increased by more than 50% across these 10 years, even in 2021, surpassing the liability volatility ratio. That means on a market value basis, we were actually over 100% funded on the health side. And that is one of the things, the asset, when a plan is underfunded, we're going to see asset volatility ratios increase by more than liability volatility ratios if the plan is truly funding and paying off its unfunded liability, because we're catching up on assets, we're paying off the unfunded liability, and we're working toward full funding. So you do see that here, certainly a smaller scale in total than on the retirement side, but same story. So all of this is pointing toward that, yes, at LACERS, we have greater plan maturity. That's trended upward and it will continue to. We'll see some mitigation over time as we continue to have members come into the new tier. But the maturity in general, it doesn't mean we've done anything wrong. It doesn't mean that we need to take any immediate action based on this plan maturity, but it does involve, and it does indicate an evolving risk profile for our plan. That this risk profile results in contribution rates that are more sensitive to any movements that we see in the assets through investment volatility or any movements that we see in liabilities. And that's particularly seen through experience studies where we have assumption changes. And those things are important to understand both for our plan itself, but also for our plan sponsors so that they can be more prepared when we see those things happening. One final risk metric is on slide 12. And so this is what we call plan net cash flows. And this is simply saying, let's look at what's coming into the plan from outside, so contributions coming into the plan, and let's compare that to what we're paying out of the plan, so what's leaving the plan. So ignoring for a minute the investment return and whether investments had gains and losses, just looking at what's coming in versus what's going out. We see here on the graph that the green is benefits being paid, benefits going out. And then the blue is employer contributions and the purple is member contributions. So those two put together as total contributions coming in. They do not equal what we're paying out in benefits. So that is a sign of plan maturity, that we're paying out more in benefits than we're taking in contributions. And it actually makes sense. It's kind of the purpose of a pension plan. So if you think about it, you have a brand new plan, all active members, no retirees. Well, our cash flows are 100% positive, because we have only contributions coming in and no benefits going out. But the point is to invest those assets and to grow them over time so that one day we can get to a point where less contributions are coming in than benefit payments are going out. That's kind of the long-term goal of actually having a pension plan and investing that money. So again, this is not a red flag. This is not an issue, but it is a sign of plan maturity. And it does potentially have investment implications. For example, we are literally taking money out of investments, out of returns every year to pay benefits. So this could have portfolio allocation ramifications. I'm not here to discuss that portion of it. I'm certainly not an expert on it, but it could have portfolio ramifications. And it also could certainly include liquidity considerations about how to actually pay benefits out of the assets that we have. So if I go to the next slide, this is kind of just a summary of the things I've been discussing. So we have progressive plan maturity here for LACERS. That is to be expected. We have negative cash flows, meaning we're paying more out in benefits than we're taking in contributions. Again, completely natural. That means the pension plan is doing its long-term job, but it's still important. It's still important to understand what's happening with our plan and to be informed of that. So to understand how liability swings affect contribution rate volatility, how asset swings will also affect contribution rate volatility. And then, of course, how cash flows could affect the asset experience and how potentially to prepare for that is a good discussion to have for a plan. And as I mentioned, some of this is partially mitigated by the fact that we have new members coming in at lower benefit levels. And so as they come in over time, that does reduce the normal cost a bit, and it does reduce our plan maturity measures a bit as well. So that's the summary there. I have one final topic to consider. So if we go to slide 14, trying to keep to our timing here. So the consideration here is, we have this pension plan. We've had unfunded liability for quite a while. We also, in particularly, have had this, what we call a combined base, a combined unfunded liability base that we set the amortization of that base for 30 years, which is quite a long time to pay off an unfunded liability base. That was in the past. We're not at 30 years anymore. We're at 20 years. So we've made some progress on it, but that base is taking a long time to pay off. And so what we wanted to present here is, well, what if as a plan, we decided to pay off that base over a little bit shorter period of time? What might that look like? And what are the pros and the cons? We're not here to say you must shorten the base or that's the only actuarial way to get things done. But it is a relevant and important discussion to have. So that's what we're presenting here. And so you can see, as I mentioned on the bullets, the longest amortization base in the evaluation has 20 years left. We're calling that the combined base. And we considered two scenarios. First of all, there's the base scenario, which is leave everything alone. We'll show you what that looks like. But then we said, all right, what if we reduce that base by 2 years? So instead of paying it off over 20 years, what if as a plan, we had that paid off over 18 years? And we chose 18 because it results in about a 1% increase in cost per year. So 1% of payroll increase. So it's a good benchmark to have here. Of course, with these considerations of shortening the amortization base, two things happen. One is costs go up in the immediate. There's always a balance between the immediate and long term. So one is costs go up. And then number two is we have lower interest costs over time, and we pay off the total unfunded liability over a quicker period of time. So we reach full funding faster. And so to illustrate that here, if we were to reduce the amortization period by 2 years, it decreases future interest costs over the life of paying off this layer by $750 million but it increases current contributions by 24.5 million or 1.1% of payroll. And of course, that continues every year. So it's that balance between the two. And we'll show you what this looks like on a projection basis. And the second scenario we said is, well, what if we wanted to take more of a chunk out of this? And let's choose a round number. So we went to, what if we shorten it by 5 years from 20 to 15? Now, this would decrease future interest costs by 1.359 billion over 15 years. Of course, at 15 years, we pay it off over a faster period of time, but the increase to current contributions would be 73.9 million or over 3% of payroll per year. So this is all just introducing the topic, but let's see what this looks like. So let's go to the next slide. So here we're looking at the balances, the unfunded liability balances over time. And by the way, there's a title here. This title says, utilize savings associated with the replacement of Tier 1 members. I don't want to put too much emphasis on that and get distracted. One idea we had was, oh, by the way, because we have a new tier, we have new members coming in that cost less than the old members, perhaps some of that savings could be utilized to pay off unfunded liability faster. We didn't match it so that 18 or 15 years is exactly related to the savings. That was just one consideration. So I'll explain that title and then I'll get right back into the graph. So as we can see here with this graph, the black, well, let's stay back on 15 for a second, if you don't mind. So looking at the unfunded liability balances, we have layers. These are different sources of unfunded liabilities. So the red layer you can see is the combined base that was originally 30 years. Then we have assumption change layers. Whenever the plan changes assumptions, we see that as something that could increase or decrease liability. And our recent assumption changes have certainly increased liability. So it's above the zero line. And then we have gains and losses. And every year our plan experiences gains and losses. So some of those increase in funded liability. Some of them actually decrease in funded liability. So you see those below the zero line. And then the net result between everything above and below the line is this black line that you see snaking across all future years. So that's as we currently stand for the plan. As we're paying off the unfunded liability, this is what the balance of the unfunded liability looks like over a 20-year period for the combined base, which again is our longest base. Now, if we reduce that base to 18 years instead of 20, this is kind of the brownish line that you see here. So we would actually pay off the unfunded liability 2 years sooner, which makes sense. Instead of 2040, we'd be paying it off instead of 2042, we'd be paying it off in 2040. And if we shorten the amortization of that base all the way to 15 years, you'd see this, I think it's a purple line here. And that doesn't actually shorten the total period. It doesn't make us reach full funding in 15 years because we have a couple other layers that are a bit longer than 15, but you can still see much of the amortization is paid off quite faster because our total unfunded liability is pretty heavily dominated by this combined base. Andy, did you have anything to add on this?
Not at this point. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, then let's look at the next slide, slide 16. And now this is the exact same idea, same scenarios, but instead of looking at the unfunded liability balance, we're now looking at the payments. So we just saw how much we could reduce or how much quicker we could pay off our unfunded liability, but it comes with a cost, right? So this is how much the cost would look in any given year. And again, the black line, the net unfunded liability payment with the current 20-year base, that is if we don't touch anything, that's what the payments look like for the plan. With this large drop off in 2042, once that big base is paid off. And if we shorten paying off that base, the brown line again, it gets paid off faster so that payment drops to zero faster, but at the other side of that coin, of course, is paying a bit more in any given year, about 1% more of payroll. And if we shorten it to 15 years, now we're paying over 3% more in a given year for payroll. And so you see those costs go up even more. And then we work to paying off that large base and reducing the costs, eliminating the costs associated with that base faster. So again, this is always a balance, a trade-off between more now or more later, but it is an important discussion and worth bringing up here. So we did want to illustrate that to give an idea of what that could possibly look like.
And one point that I think, Todd, I can make with this slide is I know that because we have been with the LACERS plan for a long time, there were certain years when the contributions for the plan would have come come down because we have a superior investment performance.
Yeah.
I think we have seen other systems taken the opportunity instead of passing on the immediate savings to the county, for example, or to another public plan, rather than to reduce the contribution for 1 year, they would have pass on the same contribution, meaning no increase, but no decrease for that 1 year, so that those additional contributions would be utilized to pay off part of the unfunded liability. So it's almost the same concept as what Todd has mentioned, except that it's done more on an ad hoc basis instead of on a more structured basis.
Yeah. Thank you, Andy. So again, here we wanted to just answer the question of what would it look like to accelerate the payoff in a deliberate way here, as opposed to what Andy said, but that's certainly a consideration as well. What would it look like to accelerate the payoff, the unfunded liability, to generate long-term savings and enhance the path to full funding? But specifically, what would be the costs associated with doing that? So really with that, I think we're ready to get into questions. We appreciate the opportunity to present here today, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Great. Thanks, Todd and Andy. Great presentation. Now our Todd, Executive Officer Todd, we're going to jump into the live Q&A session. So this is the time where we're going to go through the questions that have been sent through the Q&A. We're going to pick a few of those for both Alex from NASRA, so the prior presentation, and then those from the current presentation that we just went over from SEGAL. Those are going to get answered live. So Todd, if you want to go ahead and pick out some good questions, you can go ahead and pose those to the presenters now.
Great. Thank you, Tiffany. Todd Bowie, LACERS Assistant General Manager, and we do have a number of very good questions. I'm going to go ahead and start with Mr. Brown. Several questions that came in for you. If mind, thanks for joining us today. One of the questions, this was pre-submitted to us prior to the symposium, is how to compare the strength or viability of a pension system. Is there an index, score, or regulatory report to compare different pension systems like LACERS, CalPERS, etc.?
Thanks. That's a great question, and I'll give you my thoughts here in response. Obviously, I presented the slide looking at comparative funding ratios for a set of public pension plans that we regularly monitor. And the funding ratio is certainly the most popular and recognized metric of a pension plan's overall condition, but there's a lot more to the story than that. And in fact, when presenting that slide, I mentioned a couple factors, that slide reflects the totality of, variations in actuarial assumptions and methods, benefit levels, governance frameworks, sort of all rolled up into a summary graphic. And so I think there's a lot of things, that you want to look at. So it's probably more of a composite index, you'd want to look at rather than a single metric, or you want to look at, are the assumptions reasonable? They have a high likelihood of being attained. What are the costs? And what are the costs specifically as a source of stress or not for the sponsor of the pension plan? You want to look at a lot of the risk metrics that Mr. Towser just presented. And I would go even further than that. I'd say, you want to look at whether or not the pension plan is working for all of its stakeholders. Is the benefit valued by current employees and prospective employees? Is it allowing participating employers to attract and retain the type of workforce that they're looking to build and develop? And is all of that being accomplished at a reasonable cost to the plan sponsor and to taxpayer stakeholders as well? So I think, there's multiple things that you want to look at when making that type of comparative assessment.
Thank you, Alex. We have a couple other questions that are somewhat related to rankings and the data behind it. One of the questions is, where can I find rankings of pension plans by funding level ratio or ability to pay out to members? Is there a repository or place that they might go to see this information?
Well, for anyone looking to explore this on their own, public plans data, publicplansdata.org is a great resource. We use it in a lot of our work, and you can sort of explore the data, and it's very comprehensive, covering multiple elements pertaining to public pension plans on your own, also the NASRA website. I'm certainly happy to make any of the data that I presented available. But to that last point on ability to pay benefits, I would make a remark that even the most poorly funded pension plan is more than likely not projected to become insolvent at any point in time, assuming that they have a funding policy that directs payment of its unfunded liability, substantial as it may be, over a reasonable time frame in accordance with actuarial standards and practices and applicable state laws.
Todd, if I may, S&P, when I was at S&P, we also developed a report where we looked at the 50 states and the pension plans within the 50 states and aggregated the plans per state. But there's a graph where it illustrates funded ratio per state across all 50 states, and they produce that in a report every year. So I've always found that to be a useful tool of data as well.
Great, and that was available through Standard & Poor, I think you said?
Yes, S&P Global Ratings.
Thank you. And I think, Alex, related to that question as well, and I think you just mentioned, but we did get a request whether or not the data behind the slide for the spread of pension funding levels could be made available to our members.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe the easiest way to do that would be to provide it to you, the LACERS administration, to sort of distribute to anyone as you see fit.
Great, thank you so much. We'll follow up with you on that as well. Good, so a few other questions here, and these are more oriented toward SEGAL. So we'll go ahead and tee up. We have another pre-submitted question, and that is, how much more quickly is LACERS becoming a mature plan due to the impacts of the ERIP and SIP programs? Other than the direct costs of such programs due to earlier than expected retirements, what other factors, such as having a plan mature more quickly than it otherwise would have, should actuaries, boards, and city councils take into consideration when considering such programs?
So maybe I'll answer that question. I'll first mention that the SIP program, which is the Severance Incentive Pay Program, was approved by the city, provide a cash incentive outside of LACERS. In 2020-2021, about 1,300 of our members actually choose to participate in the program. So other than to add another 1,300 retirees to the non-active group that Todd mentioned when we were looking at the ratio of non-active to retirees to actives, that actually happened right away. And then that also subtract about 1,300 employees from the active rank. So the long-term effect on the LACERS plan is remain to be seen. However, the ERIP program, or the Early Retirement Incentive Program, was put into place by the city for almost over 10 years ago, back in 2009, 2010. So we have developed some observations or additional insight that we can certainly share with the group today. So what happened was about twice as many people compared to the SIP program actually participate in the program, about 2,400. So what happened was 2,400 employees retire right away. That definitely add to the number of non-active employees. However, since that time and for a period of 5 to 6 years, rather than to see a net increase in the number of retirees, which typically for LACERS back then was approaching about 300 to 400, after we take into consideration new retirees minus the deaths, that did not happen. So instead of 300 to 400 net number of retirees join the rank of retirees each and every year, we only see about 100 or so. So I think one observation can be made is that even though the ERIP program provide the whereabouts for our active employees to retire in 1 year, in a short period of time, but you can argue that those retirees would have retired anyway in the next 4 to 5 years. So I would argue that at least if you look at just the non-active employees, it did not add significantly to the maturity of the plan. However, when we look at the number of actives, back then, back in 2009, the city was an employer with about 30,000 active employees. As a result of the Early Retirement Incentive Program, we saw a reduction in the number of active employees by about 3,000. One of the stated goal, of course, for an early retirement incentive program is to reduce the number of headcount and then for the payroll expenses for the city. So here is the one place where, if you look at it from a fiscal standpoint, looking at that, wearing the shoes of the city, that they can argue that right after the reduction in headcount, reducing the number of active employees by almost 3,000, the city actually never go back and hire back the same 3,000 employees. As a matter of fact, if we look at the number of active employees we have in the workforce today, taking into account the recent SIP program, we are only about 25,000 active employees at this point in time. So I think finally to answer the question, because the city never hired those active employees back, which again is the stated goal of the ERIP program, the plan is becoming more mature because we have lost about 4,000 to 5,000 employees since 2009 and to the present day because of these two early retirement incentive and the SIP programs.
So that was an excellent summary, but if I were to put it in one sentence, it would be those that retired with these programs would have retired anyway. So long term, it wouldn't have really mattered on the retirement side. But because they also reduced the active headcount, and that's important in plan maturity as well, in that sense, it did succeed in helping make the plan a bit more mature faster.
Thank you both for a very complete response on that. Appreciate it. There's another question that has come in, and this question is, at what point does the data being described as plan maturity become a red flag? What ratio of retired annuitants to working employees and what ratio of assets to liabilities would suggest going beyond what is considered to be simply plan maturity?
Yeah, so a great question. And I tried to touch on this a bit during the presentation in the sense that we want our plans to become mature in a sense. We create our plans so that we have more and more retirees over time. That's the purpose of the pension plan, is to be paying out to retirees. It does change the risk profile, but I wouldn't call it a red flag in the sense that, hey, this is the purpose of our plan, is to become more mature and to have more retirees relative than we've had in the past. And now it may affect some things, like we had the cash flow slide where we have more benefit payments going out than contributions coming in, which means we actually have to use some of our investment income or our actual investments to help supplement benefit payments every year. If we're doing that, there was a period of time where we didn't have to worry about that, and now we do. And so because we do, that may result in needing more liquidity or needing strategies around investments than we would have needed when we were a less mature plan. And I'm just using that by way of example. Again, I'm not involved in all of those discussions at LACERS, but I do want to emphasize that it's not a red flag. It is, however, something we need to understand because of how it affects our plan.
Great, thank you very much. There are a few other questions in the chat. I think these are some questions that we'll be able to answer further during the course of this symposium. In the meantime, I would turn it over to whether or not Tiffany and whether or not there are any questions perhaps from the board.
If any board members have any questions for our two speakers, you can raise your hand and ask your question now. I'll just give it a minute. I don't see anything. But great presentation, Alex, Todd, and Andy. Thank you guys for joining us this morning. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Nathan to get us back on track with our next set of presentations. Nathan?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. And yes, thank you to the presenters. A lot of great information. Appreciate that. So now we're going to get into the investment presentation portion of today's symposium. And first up is going to be Carolyn Smith. She is a partner with NEPC. She's going to be discussing introduction to asset allocation. And Ms. Smith does come to us with a wealth of experience with regard to working with institutional clients and defined benefit plans. So with that, Carolyn, please take it away.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and hold on one second, Carolyn. Okay. Carolyn, you should be able to speak through your phone.
Great. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm going to ask to turn to the next slide. And as we're getting there, I thought I just wanted to thank you for being on the call today. My name is Carolyn Smith and I'm with NEPC, and I've been helping public pension plans for the last 35 years determine their asset allocation structure, help them implement that structure, and then also monitor it going forward. And I know one of the biggest challenges that a board will have as it relates to a pension plan and the investment piece is really to make sure that there's enough money left when a participant retires to pay their benefit. And so one of the main functions that a board does is they have a fiduciary responsibility to determine how to allocate the assets within the plan, or in other words, what should they be investing in? What asset classes are acceptable, and what asset classes do they want to avoid, and how much do they want to put in various asset classes? And these are things like stocks and bonds and real estate and perhaps private equity or private credit. So if you turn to the next page, I want to just share with you that the board does not make these asset allocation decisions in a vacuum, but rather they're factoring in all of the stakeholders, they're factoring in all of the information that makes up a pension plan. So you heard the folks from SEGAL talk through the liability side. They factor that in when they're making asset allocation decisions. They're taking a look at where we're at in the current economic environment and looking at inflation rates, expected growth rates, interest rates, et cetera. And they're factoring all that in. And so if you go to the next slide, perhaps exactly how they do it, this is the slide where we can dive into a little bit more detail about how they do it. So within there's an asset liability framework that we use. And we really start with data that's coming from the actuary or SEGAL. They have all of the cash flow data that's needed on every individual in the pension plan. And so we take that cash flow data and all of the demographics on LACERS plan, and we put that all into a model. So we're not redoing what your actuary does. We're just taking the detailed information that they have and incorporating that into a model. And then we're also taking a look at the asset side, making some assumptions about where we're at in the current economic environment. And then we are taking those two pieces and we are modeling them together and projecting that into the future under a number of different economic scenarios. And the whole value of being able to do this is to really pre-experience a broad range of what the plan might look like in terms of funded status, what the plan might look like in terms of contribution requirements. There could also be, we might be solving for, do we want to add this asset class into the mix? Does it make sense? And so this asset liability framework allows us to pre-experience exactly what might happen with a very, very broad range. And then we can put some probabilities on assigning that probability as what percentage or what probability do we believe can we meet this obligation if we structure the portfolio, in a certain way. So that's one of the tools that we look at from an asset liability framework. But there's a lot of other tools that the board is using, one of which is economic scenario analysis. So we have some predetermined economic scenarios, things like a stagflation scenario, a scenario where we're expecting really high growth in the market and with GDP growth rates. And so there's varying different scenarios that we put all of this information through so we can kind of see if we were to change the asset allocation, how might that look under this one scenario? So that's another little piece that we use with the board. And then there's also the liquidity stress test. We know that you as the LACERS entity needs to pay out benefit payments on a regular basis. We also know there's expenses, and we want to make sure that the asset structure is liquid enough that you can do that, and especially in a really stressed environment. So we want to make sure that you can pay your bills even when things look pretty grim across the markets. And then also we want to see the sensitivity to market shocks. So we're taking all of this data, and what we're really trying to do is help the board determine a long-term strategic asset allocation or asset mix that is looking at risk-adjusted returns so that they can just improve the probability of making sure that the money's there to make the benefit payments. So if we turn to the next slide, there's a process that we use. It's not simply going through all of these models and giving the data to the board and then having the board decide. It's a very iterative process. And when we do this with the board, it takes several months because we want to make sure that we're factoring in everything that we can think of, making sure that there's plenty of time for board members to ask questions, provide their input, provide time to think about things, and come back with a lot of tools and a lot of data and information that can be provided. So again, we're starting the process with capital market assumptions. Those are assumptions that my firm develops. It is our best thinking for where we think markets will be in a 10-year period and also a 30-year period. And so we're taking current interest rates, current inflation, we're taking current market valuations, and then we're projecting those with our best guess and then a range around that best guess. And so we'll review those capital market assumptions with the board. We'll have long discussions about the asset mixes. We'll take input from the board in terms of what they're interested in looking at and not looking at. And then the board will approve that input. And once that input is approved, then it comes back to my firm where we go through this process that I described earlier of looking at the modeling of the assets and the liabilities. And then we'll take a look at liquidity analysis and this scenario analysis and all of these other types of different ways of looking at the asset mixes. And then we'll come back to provide the output to the board. And what the board typically focuses on in that output is really looking at the range of what might happen to the plan from a financial standpoint. So things like funded status over time, looking at the contribution rates and assessing the differences between asset mix A and asset mix B. Does it make sense in terms of the trade-offs from a risk and return standpoint and how that risk and return might influence the future financial status of the plan? They'll look at those trade-offs from that output standpoint, and then the board will make a decision from a strategic asset allocation standpoint, meaning what is the long-term asset mix that the board wants to have. And then once that's determined, we'll work with LACER staff on a work plan, and this is where we call it more risk budgeting, where we're taking that strategic asset mix and we are determining the best way to implement that, and we come back to the board with a plan for their approval, and then obviously from there we move forward. So if you turn to the next slide, this might put some information in front of you in terms of LACER's long-term strategic asset mix. You can see on the left-hand side of the slide that it's fairly diversified. There are a number of asset classes that are included in each of the segments. And then even within some of the segments, we've broken it down into a little bit more detail. But nonetheless, it is very well diversified. And the other thing that I think that is important to note that there's a large chunk of these assets that are invested in index funds, primarily so that we can get the exposure to that market, but also get that exposure with very, very low fees. And so, for example, in the U.S. equity segment, over 80% of those assets are in index funds. Outside of the U.S., in non-U.S. equities, about half is invested in index funds. And the rest of it is invested with managers where we have the expectation that over long periods of time, they'll be able to outperform the markets. And I think one thing that's also important to note from a fee perspective is that because of this heavy use of passive management, and in addition to LACER staff negotiating fees, when we look at some of the studies out there, LACERS has a lower investment fee versus its peers across the country. So if you turn to the next slide, I thought it might be interesting to give you a sense of how public funds invest. So we, instead of using a pie chart here, we're using a bar chart. The chart on the left-hand side, again, is how LACERS, it's their long-term, well, actually, this is how assets were actually invested at the end of 2022. And then we are taking a broad universe of public funds and saying what does the average public fund look like? So we're showing funds that are over $1 billion, and then we're showing funds that are less than $1 billion. And I think it's the over $1 billion is really more relevant for LACERS, because once a plan gets to about $1 billion in assets, that's when we start to see the plan implementing specific investment staff, and your governance structure just becomes a little bit broader, allowing you to take on a little bit more of some of the private market assets, things like private equity, private debt, real estate, etc. So I think that's a relevant comparison. But I also want to just caution you to say, if we were to take a large subset of LACERS peers, you would look at the asset allocation from plan to plan, and you would see a varying degree of asset allocation structures. And I think what's important to note that there isn't just one way that's optimal in order to structure a public pension plan, but rather it's really important that the board incorporate some of the liability data that we've been talking about today, that they incorporate some of these other different ways of looking at their program. But also it's the board members, their level and comfort with the amount of risk that they might be assuming in order to meet that discount rate or that assumed rate of return that your liabilities are being valued against. So I wanted to just really stop there with my comments and leave it to give you a sense of how LACER's long-term strategic mix looks, but also how they were invested at the end of 2022.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for that presentation. We're going to keep things moving. There's a lot of great information to still cover. Please do submit your questions through the Q&A. And with that, I will turn it over to Tiffany to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Nathan. So next up, we have a speaker who is going to speak on responsible investments within an ESG framework. We have Mark Green, who is a senior relationship manager at PRI. So let's go ahead and welcome Mark. Mark, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. My name is Mark Green. I'm a senior specialist and relationship manager with the Principles for Responsible Investment. And sometimes we're referred to as the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment, or just simply the UNPRI. And while you may not be aware, but the relationship between the PRI and the Los Angeles City Employees Retirement System goes back several years, even before LACERS became a PRI signatory in 2019. LACERS has been an excellent partner with PRI, participating in several projects, providing case studies as leadership examples for other asset owners, and developing a world-class program of responsible investment. You have a very strong team about which you should feel quite proud. Now, my goal today is relatively simple, just to provide a high-level introduction to responsible investment within an environmental, social, and governance framework. I'll spend the next few minutes discussing the what, the who, the how, and the why of ESG investing. Next slide, please. So it's impossible to talk about responsible investment without talking a little bit about the PRI. So what is the PRI? This slide is very dense, and I'm sorry about all the words, but basically the Principles for Responsible Investment is the world's leading proponent of responsible investment. As an organization, we started in 2006. We had a lot of good ideas, not much money, and we borrowed office space from one of our UN partners. We coined the term ESG, wrote up the 6 principles, and set out to move responsible investment into the mainstream for institutional investors. Now, flash forward to today, we're a global nonprofit organization with operations in 18 different countries. We have over 5,000 signatory members worldwide, with combined assets under management of over $120 trillion. That's more than half of global investment assets. Our signatories have all committed to the following 6 principles for responsible investment. And I am actually going to read these out because I think it's important that you hear them. Number 1, we will incorporate ESG issues into investment analysis and decision-making processes. Number 2, we will be active owners and incorporate ESG issues into our ownership policies and practices. Number 3, we will seek appropriate disclosure on ESG issues by the entities in which we invest. Number 4, we will promote acceptance and implementation of the principles within the investment industry. Basically, we'll spread the word. Number 5, we will work together to enhance our effectiveness in implementing the principles, basically developing industry best practices. And number 6, we will each report on our activities and progress toward implementing the principles. This is basically public accountability. Now, all of these principles are important, but we are going to come back to numbers 1, 2, 3, and 6 later on when we get into the meat of ESG incorporation, active ownership, appropriate disclosure, and reporting. So please keep those in mind. Next slide, please. So what is responsible investment? Well, quite simply, responsible investment involves considering environmental, social, and governance issues when making investment decisions and influencing companies. And for PRI, responsible investment is grounded in the belief that an economically efficient and sustainable global financial system is necessary for long-term value creation. And further, we believe that incorporating ESG factors can have a positive impact on long-term risk-adjusted returns, as well as the allocation of capital in the financial markets worldwide. Now, I want to address a couple of popular misconceptions right off the bat. And the first is that incorporating ESG factors into investment processes in no way competes, substitutes, or conflicts with more traditional forms of financial analysis and portfolio construction. They're complementary approaches. Think of ESG as an additional layer of analysis that expands and deepens investors' understanding of material risks and expected returns. It's not an either-or proposition, it's both and. And another popular misconception involves various terms of art that are included in the broader umbrella of responsible investment. These include terms such as socially responsible investment, values-based investment, ethical investment, impact investment, sustainable investment. These are all flavors of responsible investment, but today we're just really focusing on ESG, environmental, social, and governance. But while the other approaches may make certain goals or outcomes a primary investment objective, ESG investing is often used by investors whose sole focus is financial performance in the context of their mission and obligations. So specific examples of ESG factors include, but are clearly not limited to the ones on the page here. So things like climate change, circular economy, biodiversity, deforestation, human rights, decent work, diversity, equity, and inclusion, board structure, executive compensation, tax fairness, responsible political engagement, just to name a few. One of the issues that is important to LACERS is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And PRI strongly supports efforts to include DEI into investment processes. And the terms diversity, equity, and inclusion are often used interchangeably, but it's important to note that each has a unique and significant meaning in this context. Diversity can be defined really as the presence of difference within a given context, whether it's a population or an organization. Equity means people have fair access, opportunity, and resources, as well as the power to thrive in their environment. And inclusion can be described as actions taken to understand, embrace, and leverage the unique strengths of identity of all individuals. And the goal of DEI is to move beyond historical and systemic barriers to change and achieve greater fairness among global stakeholders. We strongly believe that there's strength in DEI, which can be leveraged to enhance positive outcomes, and we applaud LACER's focus on this issue. Another social related topic of importance to LACERS is the use of emerging managers for certain elements of portfolio management and construction. I believe Rod June will discuss this in his presentation in a few minutes, but suffice to say that PRI is also quite interested in this topic and supports the work that LACERS is currently doing. Next slide, please. So who invests responsibly? At PRI, our support is really tailored to signatories individually, driven in part by the type of organization that they are. And we broadly define signatories as being one of three category types. Asset owners, like LACERS, and these include public and private pension plans, endowments and foundations, insurance companies, etc. We view asset owners as key to the success of responsible investment overall, sitting as they do at the top of the investment pyramid. Then there are investment managers. And these are the people who are deploying capital into the financial markets, working at the direction of asset owners as articulated in their investment policies. And they operate in virtually every asset class: stocks, bonds, infrastructure, real estate, private equity, hedge funds, etc. And then we also have service providers, and these organizations are often operating in the space in between asset owners and investment managers. And they're generally advice-driven consultants, data providers, reporting and accounting professionals, things like that. Now, it's important to point out that all three types of signatories participate in PRI's governance process. They all elect board directors from within their ranks, and this helps ensure that PRI remains a signatory-led organization. Next slide, please. So why do we invest responsibly? Well, there are a lot of good reasons, but I really want to focus on three main drivers behind the increased interest in responsible investment in recent years. The first one is financial materiality. And this is really the big one here. There's a growing recognition in the financial community that ESG factors influence investor returns. So we believe that explicitly and systematically including ESG in the investment process to better manage risks and improve returns is important. We call this ESG integration. And then there's market and client demand. And beneficiaries and clients are increasingly calling for greater transparency about how their money is invested. This is being driven by a growing awareness that ESG factors influence company value, returns, and reputation, and by the increasing focus on the environmental and social impacts of the activities that companies are invested in and participating in. And then third, we have changes in policy and regulation. And since the mid-1990s, responsible investment regulation has increased significantly. We saw two real surges. One came in the early 2000s after the corporate governance crises that were revealed after the technology and telecommunications meltdown. And then also after the 2008 financial crisis. And since that time, regulatory change has also been driven by a realization among national and international authorities that the financial sector can play an important role in meeting global challenges such as climate change, modern slavery, tax avoidance, just to name a few. We believe that a better understanding of the financial implications of the E, S, and G factors can help mitigate these risks for investors. At the same time, the resulting allocation of capital in the financial markets and engagement through active ownership can be powerful levers for systemic change and enhance sustainability of the global financial system moving forward. Next slide, please. So, how do we invest responsibly? Everyone does it a little bit differently, but in general, responsible investment involves using both ESG incorporation and stewardship. When we talk about ESG incorporation, this is tied directly to Principle 1, if you recall when we read through them earlier. And it has three separate elements. Screening is one of them. And this is related more to traditional financial analysis. And it can be positive screening, negative screening, or norms-based. So positive screening would be if you are trying to enhance a certain type of industry, you can invest specifically in that and overweight a portfolio relative to a benchmark, say. Or negative screening is just the opposite of that. If there are certain types of industries or companies that you want to exclude from your investment portfolio, you can leave them out. And then there are also norms-based screening techniques, which are focused more on kind of what everyone else in that asset class is doing to manage their portfolios relative to a specific benchmark. But again, all these are tied back to what would be considered more traditional forms of financial analysis. And then there's ESG integration, and this is formally integrating the issues that we just discussed. There are a variety of different rating agencies, organizations that provide a lot of information on an objective and financial basis for managers and asset owners to evaluate different companies and different investment opportunities. And that's really the meat of what we refer to as responsible investing in an ESG context. And then there's thematic investing, which may focus more on specific outcomes or the development of specific industries or trying to latch on to certain megatrends. People investing in electric car manufacturers, for example, or in renewable energy sources as part of participation in the energy transition that is currently underway. So when we talk about how to invest from a ESG incorporation perspective, it's all three of these, but the primary focus is on the ESG integration. Next slide, please. But we also include stewardship. And for stewardship, I want you to think in terms of active ownership. And this is tied again back directly to principle number 2 when we read through them earlier. And stewardship is really kind of the flip side of the ESG integration coin. And there are kind of three elements here. One is engagement, whether it's individually or collectively, of the investors with the underlying investee entities, to try and get them to disclose information, to try and get them to potentially change certain policies. And then we have escalation, which is related, but it also includes things like shareholder resolutions, public awareness through media, and in some cases, litigation. And then we have proxy voting. And this can be done either on the basis of the individual investor or through proxy voting services. And there are a number of them out there, many of whom can have different focuses, both in terms of their industry focus as well as the ESG overlay that they may have. And again, all of these organizations make strong use of the information that's provided by a lot of the ESG analytic companies. And examples of collaborative stewardship can include things like Advance and Climate Action 100+, and the Legal Framework for Impact. These are initiatives that PRI has sponsored. Advance is a focus on human rights issues. Climate Action 100+ focuses on the roughly 150 to not quite 200 of the largest greenhouse gas emitting companies in the global economy. The Legal Framework for Impact is an analysis of the fiduciary impact and implications for specific markets. So fiduciary issues are different from one jurisdiction to the next. We've done a lot of work in specific countries, and we're beginning to turn some of our focus on these issues to what's happening here in the United States, because we believe that fiduciary issues are at the core of some of the current debate between the pro and anti-ESG factions, if you will. So we have ESG incorporation, which is tied directly to principle 1. We have stewardship and active ownership, which is tied directly to principle 2. But in order to accomplish 1 and 2, we really need to have proper disclosure of information from companies and other entities in which we may invest. And this disclosure is tied directly to principle number 3. And we'll talk a little bit more about disclosure going forward. Next slide, please. So what is the role of PRI in all of this? Well, as a signatory-led organization, PRI acts in the long-term interests of its signatories. also in the financial markets and the economies in which our signatories operate. And ultimately, it scales up to the environment and society more broadly. But we are a signatory-led organization, and that's who we take our direction from, and that's whose interests we primarily serve. So that's asset owners, investment managers, and service providers. And PRI provides support to our signatories through a variety of mechanisms. Reporting and assessment is a big one, and this is tied directly to principle number 6. PRI has the largest reporting operation tied to environmental, social, and governance issues in the world. In fact, we begin to expand that a little bit to where now our asset owners will be able to report for their net zero obligations if they're involved in the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance through the PRI reporting process. That's new. We think it'll be very successful, and there's a strong opportunity for us to continue to expand that type of support for other organizations that also require disclosure. But we're also involved in a lot of thought leadership, guidance, tools, and training. We have the PRI Academy, which we use to help train investment managers and then responsible investment staff with asset owners. Also accountability, the active ownership and the stewardship process that we go through. Collaboration. We have a collaboration platform, which is a meeting space for different signatories to be able to come together and discuss topics of mutual interest with regard to responsible investing. And then finally, one of our strongest powers is in the opportunity to convene groups of people, the coming together, the building of networks. We have PRI in person every year, which is one of the largest investment conferences in the world. Next slide, please. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the future and what we see as the blueprint vision going forward. This has been around for some time and it's currently being revised, but it's still a good capture of current level of thinking within PRI. Our current strategic plan for developing responsible investment with our signatories has really 3 main elements to it. And then the first one, we will strengthen, deepen, and expand our core work to lead responsible investors in their pursuit of long-term value and to enhance alignment through the entire investment chain. We'll address unsustainable aspects of the financial markets that our investors operate in to achieve economically efficient and sustainable global financial system that we all need. And we'll enable signatories to improve real-world outcomes by encouraging investments that contribute to a prosperous and inclusive societies for current and future generations. And our near-term strategy map is really focused on building a bridge between financial risk, opportunity, and real-world outcomes. And we take a very big tent approach, knowing that responsible investment can mean many things to many different people. We try and meet them where they are and work with them to help them progress on their responsible investment journey. We strongly believe, in fact, we know that this diversity gives us strength. We think of it as kind of a market or a crowdsourced approach to developing best practices within the responsible investment industry. And like free markets and democracy overall, it can seem a little messy from time to time, but we firmly believe it's the most efficient way to promote responsible investment globally. Next slide, please. This slide is out of date. It's about a year old, but the important element here is to really try and show you what the growth of our signatory base has been since our origins in 2006. As I mentioned earlier, currently we have 5,000 plus signatories with over $120 billion in assets under management. So if you just extrapolate on this chart where that 5,000 number is, you can see how much growth we've experienced just during the past year. I'd say really over the past 5 years is where we've seen a tremendous amount of increase in interest in responsible investment. The asset owners have always been a part of it, but a lot of the explosive growth that we've seen has come from investment managers, and we're very pleased with this outcome. Next slide, please. And then finally, I just want to show you where we are. You can see from this slide that different markets in PRI that we have a presence in, as well as the number of signatories in each one of those. So we are a global organization, and currently about 30% of our signatories are in the Americas. So that's the US, Canada, Latin America, and Brazil. Just a touch over 50% are in the UK and Europe, and just under 20% are in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific regions. Now, there's a lot of information on this chart, and I won't go into too much more, but there are opportunities for questions and answers here. And as a global organization, PRI has a unique perspective, a global view, if you will, of relevant policy issues affecting investors, managers, and beneficiaries. We have policy teams in all the major markets. We spend a lot of work trying to pull analyses together to help our signatories navigate through the regulatory environment. We firmly believe that accountability is critical for long-term success. And that's why we emphasize so strongly the three levers of active ownership, appropriate disclosure, and ongoing reporting and assessment. We also believe that scale leverages signatories' responsible investments efforts and their impact. By bringing ESG and responsible investment into the mainstream of investment practice, we help increase awareness of these issues not only among asset owners and investment managers, but their beneficiaries, ordinary people, corporate leaders, and policymakers alike on a global scale. So responsible investment is here. It's here to stay. LACERS is in good company, increasing its commitment, and PRI is proud to work with you on your responsible investment journey. Next slide, please. And this concludes my prepared remarks. I hope this introduction has been useful, or at least somewhat interesting, and I look forward to continuing this discussion in the Q&A or offline. And thank you for the time and allowing me to speak to you today.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Great presentation on ESG. Nathan, would you like to introduce our next speaker?
Absolutely. A lot of good information shared there from Mr. Green. And now we have our LACERS own, Mr. Rodney June, who is our Chief Investments Officer, and he's going to be discussing the Emerging Manager Program. So, Mr. June, take it away.
Thank you very much, Nate, and good to see all of you this morning, and welcome to our symposium. I'm going to be speaking on the Emerging Manager Program. I'll be brief, but I do want to give you a good sense of both the policy aspects of our Emerging Manager Program, as well as the operational considerations that go into it. I would like to also state that our Emerging Manager Program has been in existence the way that we really understand it for about the last 20 years, but it even goes back farther than that. LACERS has had a large presence and visibility in the emerging manager community. We have evolved over time, and we think the program that we have in place today is one that is very performance driven. I want to stress that as I speak to the various slides today, that performance is the overriding and arching factor that is why we have this Emerging Manager Program in place. So with that said, I will ask our moderators if they'll put the slides up for my part of the program. Okay, and if you can move to the next slide, please. So here are some key goals of our Emerging Manager Program. And, you can read this on your own, but I think what I'd really like to do is maybe have a few points made about the first two bullet points. Again, like I said, we are looking for firms that can add value to the program. And what do I mean by value? This is very performance. This is the performance factors that we need. As you heard from Carolyn earlier and the actuaries, we have to meet a certain target performance to achieve our assumed rate of return. And this Emerging Manager Program is a nice component to help us achieve that. So I don't want anyone to have the understanding that this program exists merely and solely to just bring on more managers who may have challenges of getting capital from large institutional investors. But really, again, it's to what we call add alpha. Alpha is really that outperformance that we seek. And the second point I wanted to make from the bullet point here is that we seek managers who have experience. You may think that many new managers don't have any experience, but many of these managers have worked at other larger investment firms and have developed their experience and gained their pedigrees from these firms. And then they start off and start their own firms. These are the emerging managers that are really attractive to us, ones that have a performance history, that truly understand how to drive the alpha or to gain that outperformance. And they have the performance history to prove it. So again, I can't overemphasize those 2 points. We are looking for experienced managers that really know how to add performance to a portfolio. Let's move on to the next slide. That third bullet point is something I'm just going to talk about here on this slide. We understand that there are a number of outstanding investment managers in the industry, and so many of them are under the radar screen and never really get the visibility that some of the larger investment firms get because of name recognition. And they're starting off young. They don't have sort of that institutional visibility at this time. It's really incumbent upon us here at LACERS to ensure that we have a very broad investment universe to look at all the managers that are available to drive that alpha. And so part of our emerging manager program is to ensure that we don't overlook these managers. If you can think about our perspective versus the emerging manager perspective, those managers probably have to approach 50 to 100 different emerging manager what we call limited partners or institutional or asset allocation firms. These are the larger ones that have the capital to deploy. It's so easy for them to get overlooked. What we do here at LACERS, we take a very proactive approach, and we just want to ensure that we cast the widest net out there so that these managers aren't overlooked. This is how we get that alpha, is to ensure that no qualified and deserving manager who can drive that alpha is considered here at LACERS. The next bullet point is to talk a little bit about the policy goals. We want to place eventually no less than 10% of our capital with emerging managers. That means that we have to work really hard to get our name out there and to get meetings with these managers. So we're working really hard. I'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing in that area. Managers who are flexible and nimble, those are the managers that can go out and find opportunities that are often overlooked by the larger managers. That's the attractiveness that we see in these smaller firms. I'm going to move on down in sort of in the name of time here. Emerging managers, they must compete and have the risk return profiles that are no less favorable than the other managers in the larger spaces that we also look at here. So we're not looking for managers that, again, don't have the experience, but managers that truly meet our performance criteria. And they must be no less favorable than non-emerging managers, all things sort of being equal. So everyone competes on a level playing field. We don't have a separate set of criteria for emerging managers. They have to check off all of those boxes, such as performance, cohesion of the team, risk factors, the team having built out the organization, and one that is truly sustainable for the long term. We look at all those factors along with our consultants when we consider managers for our emerging manager program. The last 3 bullet points are a little bit more administrative related, but we do produce an annual emerging manager report that indicates the progress of these emerging manager firms that we hire, including performance information. So around the end of July, early August, we do present to our board this annual emerging manager report. You are welcome to take a look at it. It is available online. The second to the last bullet point, statistical research. We want to understand how we can better outreach to emerging managers. And so we have a survey that we have developed over the last several years. And that survey is provided to all managers who want to do business with us, and including those who eventually receive capital from us. And we take that information, it's aggregated, and we just are trying to understand where we might need to better target our outreach efforts. So that's what that statistical research part is about. And then, the last part, the Emerging Manager Program is really part of our larger ESG initiatives, as was spoken to by our speaker just prior to me from PRI. It is a component of environmental, social, and governance investing. And like the Emerging Manager Program, the ESG program is also designed to really generate alpha and to also allow us as staff and the consultants to ensure that we are integrating these risk factors into our program. That's really important. It's not just the performance side, but better understanding our risks. So just wanted to emphasize that the Emerging Manager Program is part of our larger ESG efforts. Next slide, please. Here's some distinguishing operational features of the program. So as I mentioned, we do a lot of outreach. When I say outreach, that's staff. And also we have 3 investment consultants that also outreach and take meetings with emerging managers. Staff, meaning myself, but also my other staff, we frequently attend emerging manager conferences so that we get to meet a number of emerging managers in one place. And we attend probably anywhere from 8 to 10 different emerging manager conferences nationwide. This allows us to, again, cast that wide net and to network with these managers and help them understand LACERS Emerging Manager Program, what our criteria is, and how they can possibly one day get capital from LACERS. The second bullet point is that in casting that wide net, we do advertise our RFPs, our requests for proposal documents, on emerging manager websites, as well as publications that are widely read by the emerging manager community. LACERS has also instituted an emerging manager symposium series. We've had 3 to date. They've been highly successful, and it's really a day very similar to the symposium that we're doing today that's more general on pension plans. This one is focused just on emerging managers. We do have another symposium coming up this fall, probably be somewhere around October or November. But we also have other opportunities to network with emerging managers. The symposium, if you'd like to take a look at some of the past ones, we do have that on our website, and you can look at the videos there. We also have an RFP, RFI notification service. So for any vendor or investment manager who wants to ensure that they don't miss out on an RFP opportunity, they can go onto our website and sign up for this service. We have an open door meeting approach. So any emerging manager who wants to have a meeting with staff, please contact us. We'd be happy to set up a meeting, and we'd love to be introduced to your firm and learn a little bit more about who you are and what your firm does, the strategy, and why you think you would be a good fit with LACERS. We also make introductions to our consultants, because our consultants, and we have 3 investment consultants, as I mentioned, play a key role in our investment process, particularly as we start moving towards actually allocating capital and providing capital to emerging managers. It's very important that these emerging managers get to know our consultants early on in the relationship. So we facilitate that. Our emerging manager policy is updated periodically to reflect changing conditions in the marketplace. And on average, we've been updating our emerging manager policy almost on an annual basis. And again, that last bullet point goes back to the survey that I spoke about earlier. It's really, again, to ensure that we can better understand the emerging manager needs out there and where we might have some gaps, and how we can better target our outreach efforts to this growing population of such firms. I'm going to ask to move to the next slide, please. This chart indicates our emerging manager exposure. So from the time that we've instituted the last emerging manager policy back in 2012, this is the progress of our exposure to emerging managers pursuant to our criteria here at LACERS. Going back to 2013, we had less than 1.5% of our total capital exposed to emerging managers. Over the years, you can see that this has risen. The trend is upward, and we're at 4.7% as of the end of 2022. But as I mentioned earlier, our policy goal is to provide no less than 10% to emerging managers. So you can all see, and it's very central to my own efforts, that we continue to work very hard as a team here at LACERS and with our consultants and our partners to continue to do this outreach with emerging managers. So that number eventually, applying our stringent criteria that is applied to when we hire managers to get that number higher. I'm going to ask to move on to the next slide. So this slide here may look a little busy, but it shows the 4 broad asset classes going back to 2013 and how each broad asset class has fared in terms of its exposure to emerging managers. The top line, which is a gray colored showing a 10.6%, is private equity. We've done very well there. Our consultant, Axia, has worked extremely hard with staff to get our exposures there above that 10%. But that's not the end point. Again, it's no less than 10%. We think that there are a lot of great managers that we haven't seen yet. And if they, again, meet our criteria, they may eventually receive capital. But the other colored lines are no less compelling. We have our non-US equity in the orange colored line, and that has risen, as well as our US equity exposure. US equity and the non-US equity exposure, it's a little tougher to target emerging managers and get that capital out there because our manager searches for the public market side are done by RFP. We do release RFPs only like every 3 years on average. And so it's kind of a one-time shot. And then we have to wait until the next opportunity when we release an RFP to try to get emerging managers on board. Also, our private real estate program has fared well. Going back to 2013, we had virtually no exposure to emerging managers pursuant to our policy. We are at now 4.6% at the end of 2022. That number has declined, not necessarily because we've done a bad job there, but that has a lot to do with some of the changes going on in our portfolio, including the growth of the portfolio relative to the private real estate portfolio and the emerging managers. It's somewhat of what we call a denominator effect. I think what's important and what's key about this slide is that the trend has been upward, and staff and consultant, again, along with the support of our board and other staff in the department, are working very hard to keep these numbers trending upward. Next slide, please. Here's some of our initiatives and efforts in 2023. So this spring, we will have a networking day with emerging managers. It's going to be somewhat of what we call sort of a meet and greet opportunity or speed dating, where we hope to have a hybrid event where emerging managers are able to come into our offices or also join virtually and get to meet the staff and the consultant. Again, as I mentioned, we'll have another full-blown emerging manager symposium later this year, which will include educational features that will educate the emerging managers on how we conduct our business here. Again, we're continuing to evaluate the emerging manager policy. We'll be attending conferences, all the things that I've mentioned previously in the last few minutes. We are going to continue with those efforts. I do want to try to dedicate more resources to the emerging manager program. And we are expanding our staff in the investment program. And part of that expansion of staff is to ensure that we get better coverage of the emerging manager program out in the industry, as well as find ways to better target and outreach to the emerging managers. So dedicating more resources, I think, is going to help improve the quality of our program without sacrificing the performance. And also another area that we've had some success with is collaborating with other public pension plans, because we're not the only plan that's doing emerging managers. Some of our sister plans here in the LA area have emerging manager efforts, and there are a number of large public pension plans in California and across the nation that are doing similar types of initiatives and efforts, like what we're doing here with symposiums, et cetera. And I think to the degree that we can collaborate with them will help us with our outreach and our networking with emerging firms. Next slide, please. Here are some of the emerging manager community partners. These are organizations, most of them are nonprofit organizations that help coordinate with their own membership that are emerging managers to help them facilitate their introductions to public pension plans, as well as hold educational events throughout the year, throughout the nation, where both these managers, as well as public pension plans and a number of larger institutional investors, are invited to help, again, with that networking. But I wanted to point out one organization in particular that's very close to my heart, and that's the Girls Who Invest organization. There are not enough women in the investment industry that are at high levels, such as CIOs, CEOs, or portfolio managers, or even investment analysts. And the Girls Who Invest organization is that one organization that's taking women while they're in college and introducing them then to the investment industry. And I'm very proud to say that here at LACERS, our board of administration has supported internships that are provided to the Girls Who Invest program. So every summer we take an intern for a 7-week period, and we help teach them how to be an allocator, how to manage money from the public institutional side, and to help propel their career one day into the investment management industry. But anyway, these are, again, a number of the firms that we have partnered with. There are some other ones that aren't mentioned here, but these are some of the bigger ones that we do have a relationship with and participate in their annual events. Next slide, please. I said a lot, but we do have more information available if you are an emerging manager, or even if you are a stakeholder and want to know more about the emerging manager program. Visit our website. We have a tab that has an emerging manager resource library. There's just a vast number of documents and videos that you can watch to learn more about things that I've just said in greater detail. If you'd like to drop us an email, you can reach us at lacers.invest@lacers.org, and please put it to the attention of the EM program. I will personally see that email and make sure that we respond back to your queries. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Rod, very much for rounding out the block of investment presentations. At this time, we are going to move into the live Q&A portion. So Rod will be posing the questions as he sees them to either Ms. Carolyn Smith, Mr. Mark Green, or the LACERS Emerging Manager questions.
Actually, Nathan, myself and Wilkin Lee are going to be posing the questions to Rod, Carolyn, and Mark. So good morning, everybody. I'm Brian Fujita, Chief Operating Officer of the Investment Division. And co-moderating this Q&A session with me is Wilkin Lee, Director of Private Markets Assets. So the first question pertains to LACER's ESG program that I'm going to direct to Rod, our CIO. And the question is LACERS invested in ESG-based funds? Many states are divesting from this, and will LACERS be considering this as well?
Okay, thank you for that question, Brian. I'd be happy to respond to that specific question. So LACERS, while we are heavily involved with ESG, as was spoken by our previous presenter, but LACERS has not launched any specific ESG manager searches, and only the board has the authority to approve any searches here at LACERS, including any that are particularly focused on ESG with specific ESG mandates. We do invite investment management firms to compete for any of the LACERS mandates where they're qualified. And if there happens to be an ESG sensitivity built into their strategy, that's great. We welcome you to participate in those searches. But with that said, LACERS does have a board-approved ESG risk framework. And in that framework, it does state that staff will be evaluating and considering ESG firms, not necessarily for hire, but ones where we can learn what you're doing. So when it comes to the point where we do launch maybe a more of an ESG focused RFP, we'll know your firm and you'll have a better understanding of what our requirements here are at LACERS. But I also want to point out that LACERS has made 2 investments in private equity funds that do have an ESG tilt to it. But those managers were hired not because they were ESG focused, but they had the type of performance and risk profile that we were looking for in our private equity program. They just happened to be funds that had an ESG tilt to them. So yes, we do have 2 investments with ESG funds, but they were not selected because of necessarily ESG component, but really from a performance and risk standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod.
Okay, great. So we received a multi-part question here. Is LACERS invested in private equity investments? If so, what percentage of the portfolio is invested in private equity? There have been articles warning of overstated private equity values, forcing pension plans to incur large asset write-downs, which could result in insufficient assets to cover liabilities. What is LACERS' current risk position with regards to this issue? So maybe we can have Carolyn address how private equity fits into our asset allocation, and Rod can address the questions on potential write-downs and impact on benefit payments.
Great, thank you. So yes, LACERS does have exposure to private equity. There's a long-term strategic target of about 16%, and currently the portfolio is just slightly over that. The reason why private equity is included in the overall portfolio is one for growth potential and return potential. So while we recognize that private equity is a little more risky than some of the other asset classes, it also provides us with the ability to earn a slightly higher rate of return within private equity. The board takes a very long-term focus on that asset class, and over time, the board has achieved a pretty high rate of return through their private equity program. But it is in the portfolio primarily to augment it from a return standpoint.
Okay, and then I would like to jump in and address maybe more of the operational part of why we're in private equity and some of the impacts are. I'm going to approach it from sort of a 3-pronged approach. One, talk a little bit about the risk volatility of private equity. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the write-downs, and then I'll address the liquidity component of private equity. So yes, it's true that we do expect write-downs in private equity. That's no surprise. If you look at all of the other assets in the LACERS portfolio, including the public equity side and fixed income, when markets are challenging and they're very rough, all parts of the portfolio are going to be impacted. We've seen a decline of our public market securities go downward, but then they've rebounded just a little bit. Same thing with fixed income and some of the other broader asset classes. Private equity is not immune to that. We like to think that private equity, as Carolyn said, is growth oriented, and those things tend to rise in value. But But it's also true that when times are challenging, we're going to see a decline, just like we've seen in the other asset classes. I don't want to minimize the concern that U.S. stakeholders have about our portfolio and the returns that we generate. It's important to the board. It's very important to staff. We do monitor this volatility, but being in these asset classes, particularly private equity, and equities, as we know, tends to be a more volatile asset class. There is going to be volatility, meaning there's going to be valuations that increase over time, and we see that generally over the longer period of time. But there will also be markdowns or write-downs where the valuations of these assets need to be reflected as to what the current marketplace indicates, which we do expect over the next maybe 9 months to a year to see some write-downs in private equity. To what degree, that will yet to be seen, but we've already seen some markdowns already taking place. But again, to assure you that we don't minimize the importance of that concern, it is important. But like any asset class, volatility and valuations are going to rise, but they will also fall when markets get challenging. I want to speak a little bit about, again, the write-downs. We've spoken with Axia, who's our private equity consultant, and there is some discussion about, do private equity firms, the ones that we have in our portfolio, but just generally overall, whether the investment managers overvalue or try to provide overinflated valuations to their assets. The short answer is no, that they don't. These what we call general partners, are the investment managers of private market assets, actually tend to take a little bit more conservative approach when they value not the securities, but the assets in their portfolio. So while we are going to see some write-downs, they may be less than what we think. Time will tell, but we do believe that there's no reason for general partners to overinflate the value of their assets, because if they do have to write it down, that is going to look bad for them. That could create some trust issues that we as investors have with these general partners. And I think historically, when we've looked at write-downs, the write-downs have not been as dramatic as we thought they would be. And also keeping in mind that whereas public equities tend to reflect more immediate valuation changes, private market assets tend to lag by about 6 to 9 months behind public equities. So whereas the public equities have already seen some of their write-downs in the markets, on the private side, we will again see some write-downs there, but we are following it closely, and we are having a number of conversations with our private equity consultant about anything we should be doing in the future. Also wanted to mention about liquidity. So when we go through the asset liability study and we set that asset allocation, one of the major points, and I think Carolyn alluded to this, is that liquidity is a big part of the conversation in how we set the asset allocation. So we know that we have to pay our benefits every month, and there's expenses that have to be paid. We cognizantly integrate that into the asset allocation, and our board is keenly aware of that when they set that final asset allocation policy. So we've taken a look at our liquidity. We look at our cash flow projections going out a year. We think that we still have very ample liquidity within the portfolio. For the pensioners who are members of LACERS, I think you can be assured that you are going to get your retirement checks, regardless of how the portfolio performs. We have that liquidity based on, again, the discussions that occur at the asset liability area. We have a number of asset classes and strategies that allow us to liquidate if we need to, and we do liquidate on a monthly basis. So I just want to provide a word of confidence to our retirees that we do have liquidity in the portfolio, and not to be concerned about the portfolio per se. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have time for one more question. And again, I'm going to pose this to Carolyn and Rod. The question is, what are some of the lessons learned over the past 20 years for pension plan investing, such as dot-com bubble, Great Recession of 2008, pandemic shutdown, and over the past year, spiking inflation and interest rates and fears of another recession in the future? One is obviously the trend of plans resetting their discount rates or expected performance. Are there any others in terms of asset selection and asset allocation?
Sure. So I'll jump in with a couple of observations about that question. So some of the lessons learned that I've seen in the last 20 plus years is an investor who's chasing returns. So if you're chasing returns, what that means to me is you're buying something today that you probably wished you would have purchased a year ago, or you're selling something today that you wished you would have sold a year ago. I think it's human nature to take a look at an investment and make the assumption that what has just happened to that investment will continue on in the future. And so for diversification purposes, it's understanding that you've got to have a diversified portfolio and to stay diversified and not chase, and I'll give the example of the dot-com craze, not chase and change your portfolio so that it is heavily skewed to the dot-com names. That's a great example. Or even in the Great Recession, taking a look at the best performing asset class in 2008, which was treasuries, and restructuring your portfolio in 2009 to be heavy into treasuries, when again, that would have been the exact wrong time to do it. So that's one observation. And then the other observation that I have is really making sure that an investor's governance structure is aligned with your time frame for success and the complexity of your overall investment program. Because if you have those three things that aren't really aligned, it's going to cause you more than likely to just chase returns and again, liquidate something that you wished you had liquidated a year ago or purchase something that you wished you had purchased a year ago. So those are sort of my two observations.
Yeah, and my observations, I've been in this business now in institutional investing for about 26 years. So I've lived through the dot-com bubble, the great financial crisis, also obviously what's happened with COVID. I would say that being a strategic investor and sticking with your plan is the most important thing that we can do, and not have a tactical knee-jerk reaction to every blip in the market. We are going to see that constantly, as we've seen, that there's going to be geopolitical events, health events, what have you, mortgage problems that we've seen in the great financial crisis. But the important thing is not to panic and to stick with that plan, because markets, even though they go down, they do recover. And you don't want to, as Carol, I think, mentioned, like selling out of things, and then there's a recovery, and then suddenly you're caught without the exposures that you really need to have a diversified portfolio, which helps minimize the risk, but also to be in the assets that will gain handsomely from recovery in those markets. So again, I think it's very important to stay strategic and to stick with the long-term plan that's in place.
Thank you, Rod, Carolyn, and Mark, for the very educational presentations and the insightful answers to the questions from the participants. I'm going to turn the discussion back over to Tiffany and Nathan.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brian. So we are reaching our lunch recess. A lot of good information has been covered, but wait, there is more coming after lunch. So we're going to learn more about the future of Medicare, learn about the retiree experience. So if you're thinking of retirement, you can learn a little bit from your fellow or current retirees about how that'll be. So there's a lot of information in the second half to still cover. We are going to break and return at 12:15. It's a good time to grab that snack, brew that coffee, And we have a LACERS video talking about our offerings that you can also enjoy during our recess time.
Ani, I believe, is going to get us to that planned break. Ani?
Actually, I just wanted to notify everyone that Commissioner Son left the meeting at 11:37, and I believe President Serrano was going to go ahead and take us into the lunch break.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much, Annie. We will now recess for a 25-minute break. Please return at approximately 12:15. We will, in the meantime, have a video showing with plan highlights during the recess. Thank you so much for anyone who's hanging in there with us. I know it's a lot of information, but it's so important. Thank you. See you soon.
Gina, go ahead.
I was just going to remind our commissioners to please turn their cameras off and not discuss anything during this.
LACERS Retirement Symposium.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Lee and Chair of the LACERS Investment Committee. During our break, we'll be giving you a brief tour of some highlights from our YouTube channel. The LACERS YouTube channel is our official channel for the Los Angeles City Employees Retirement System and includes videos that are exclusively relevant to both active and retired City of Los Angeles employees and their beneficiaries regarding retirement and health benefits. In this clip, our investment division, led by CIO Rod June, discusses the strategies they use to maintain an optimally diversified portfolio.
Hi, my name is Rod June, and I am the Chief Investment Officer for the Los Angeles City Employees Retirement System, also known as LACERS. I am very excited to bring you this video that discusses asset allocation and the decision-making process that leads to an optimally structured and diversified multi-billion-dollar investment portfolio. Asset allocation is very important to LACERS as it helps the investment portfolio achieve specific performance targets and, at the same time, minimize risk volatility. Let me introduce my Chief Operating Officer, Brian Fujita, who will explain and summarize the process that LACERS uses to construct its asset allocation policy.
Asset allocation is the foundation of LACERS' investment approach and is the single most important investment responsibility of LACERS' Board of Administration. It's a simple concept of dividing a portfolio among different asset classes such as stocks, bonds, and cash in order to manage the risk and return of a portfolio, but it requires numerous hours of discussion and deliberation to reach an optimal asset allocation. Asset classes generally behave differently from one another depending on market conditions. For example, stocks often perform well in growth-oriented markets, while bonds may tend to perform better in challenge market conditions. When a portfolio is diversified across different asset classes, it becomes less vulnerable to the ups and downs of the market, reducing the risk of incurring substantial losses and resulting in a smoother ride to achieving investment goals. The asset allocation process begins with defining investment objectives for the portfolio. LACERS asset allocation is customized based on LACERS specific needs and circumstances, which are identified by LACERS board with the assistance of LACERS staff, actuary, and general fund consultant. Some of the main considerations that shape LACERS investment objectives are: 1. The average annual return required of the investment portfolio. This return is also known as the assumed rate of return and is currently set at 7% per year. 2. The tolerance for risk of incurring investment losses. 3. The long-term time horizon LACERS has for achieving investment goals. 4. The need for liquidity to pay for retiree benefits and the plan's expenses. And 5. The funded status of the plan and expected contributions to the plan. With an understanding of the investment objectives, LACERS General Fund Consultant, with input from LACERS board and staff, models various asset allocation options expected to achieve those goals. This process, called portfolio optimization, is a mathematical process that requires 3 types of assumptions about each asset class. 1. The expected return of each asset class over a long period of time. 2. The standard deviation of the expected returns, which is a statistical measure of risk. And 3. The correlations between asset classes, which is a statistical measure of how asset classes behave relative to one another. With these assumptions and specialized software, asset classes can be mixed together in a variety of ways to create portfolios consistent with LACERS objectives.
Hello, my name is Annie Chow, and I'm one of the active elective members on the LACERS board. In this clip from our next video, you'll take a peek at one of LACERS Tier 1 Planning for Retirement seminars. LACERS offers planning for retirement seminars regularly for both Tier 1 and Tier 3 members, and it is never too late or too early to start planning for retirement.
The governing body that guides LACERS decisions on all things related to the plan is the LACERS Board of Administration. There are 7 members, and the important thing to note is that 4 of the 7 are actually LACERS members, which means that they too have a stake in whatever decisions are made because it will also have an effect on their benefits. Board meetings are open to the public and happen every 2nd and 4th Tuesday of the month. You can even tune in remotely to listen in on meetings or hear previously recorded sessions by heading to the LACERS website. So who are LACERS members? They are non-sworn, non-DWP City of Los Angeles employees. Both fire and police, as well as the Department of Water and Power, have their own separate pension plans. You are automatically enrolled into the LACERS plan upon being hired and have been contributing a mandatory 11% of your gross salary towards your LACERS retirement. To get a better understanding of how your retirement allowance is funded, we now take a look at an overview of the LACERS Pension Trust Fund. This chart simply shows you what goes into the fund and how LACERS utilizes it. First, your employee contributions. This is the 11% that all Tier 1 members contribute to their LACERS retirement. You cannot decrease or increase this amount. Next, our LACERS investment returns are also added. LACERS has its own investment section that professionally manages and invests funds on behalf of the plan. Then, last but not least, the City of Los Angeles also contributes to the LACERS Trust Fund with a percentage of city payroll being sent to the plan. With this money, LACERS is able to pay for retirement allowances, health benefits, and survivor benefits for LACERS members and their beneficiaries. Retirement planning can get confusing, so it's important to understand the type of plan that LACERS is. It is a pension plan, also known as a defined benefit plan or 401A. Not to be confused with a 401k, the LACERS plan offers lifetime benefits to its members based on a formula that we will go over on an upcoming slide. Once retired, you will receive a retirement allowance every month for the rest of your life. And this benefit will also include cost of living adjustments annually. Hi, I'm Tiffany Obembe, Senior Benefits Analyst over our member engagement team. LACERS recently launched our retirement application portal. This new, easy-to-use portal allows you to apply for retirement completely online. You can upload and submit your required documents and forms and check your application status all from the comfort of your home. To help our members have the best experience possible, staff hosts retirement application portal demos, and you can find one such demo posted on our official LACERS YouTube channel. Check it out.
So again, I'm back here on LACERS.org. I'm going to show you how to find the retirement application portal. It's available under the Applying for Retirement section. So once you visit LACERS.org, you'll go to the members, which is the first item here at the top. And you're going to go down to Applying for Retirement. Click on Applying for Retirement. And the first article here, Applying for Retirement Online, is condensed here, but I'm going to click that so I can expand it. There's lots of information here. Some of it's stuff we'll kind of touch on today, and no doubt it's things that will come up during the counseling process, but the sooner you're introduced to it, the better. The more familiar you can become with it. So that's why we do encourage you to read through all of this, but as I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom, you can click this link, click here to access the retirement application portal, and that will take you to the portal itself. So this is our landing page where you'll land first. And first, what I'm going to show you is how to sign up for a new account. So no matter what, you'll wind up at this page. You will have to click the continue button to log in. And this is the login and creation screen. So you'll notice there is a space to log in, your email address and password. It's important to know that this is not linked to anything. If you have a MyLacers account that is not connected to this is not that same login. You will need to create a new account specifically for this. So to sign up, you'll right beneath this sign in button, this blue sign in button, you'll notice there's a sign up now link. So I'm going to click that to show you what the the sign up screen looks like. And the first thing I'm going to do is show you, you need to enter an email address, and then the system will send you a verification code. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to type in an email address here. And I'm going to click send verification code. And what that's going to do is send an email with a verification code to that email address. You'll notice that this has changed now, asking me for the verification code. And once I receive it, I will plug it in there. Now, this is what the email is going to look like. So it will come from a seemingly weird title, Los Angeles City Employees Retirement System Account Email Verification Code. It comes from Microsoft on behalf of LACERS, so don't be afraid of that. You'll notice this is what it looks like. The code is right inside there. You'll just grab that code right out of there and plug it in. But it's important to know that this can very often go to your spam or junk email. So give it a minute or so. If you don't receive it, make sure you double check your spam or junk. If you do request a second code, it will overwrite the first one. So if the first one arrives, then that one won't work and you'll kind of get caught in this loop. So make sure you give it a minute or two to arrive. Of course, you'll create a password. You'll enter your name, phone number, zip code, and last name. And once that's done, you'll create it. I'm not going to enter that here because I already have my own account. But once you've done that, you will log in. So let me go ahead and log in.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Mike Wilkinson. LACERS Well is an innovative program designed to help you attain the best retirement possible. We believe that your health is an important investment, and by taking care of yourself emotionally and physically, you're more likely to be able to have more active years in retirement, more time with friends and loved ones, more independent living, and less time and money spent on doctor visits, medical expenses, and illnesses. LACERS Well is committed to providing fun, engaging, informative, and free events, and you can find many of our wellness events on the LACERS YouTube channel. This is an example of the Fitness Made Simple series, which has been happening through 2022. Thank you.
Take a deep breath. Take a look at this picture. I mean, it's such a relaxing image, right? Picture yourself in your favorite vacation spot, and I want you to imagine yourself as healthy and as fit as you could possibly be. Physically, emotionally, relationally, and spiritually. Picture yourself as the picture of health. A year from now, literally a year from now, if we were to take a picture of your health and fitness, what does it look like a year from now? And if you had one wish, and I want you to write this down, if you had one wish to change any aspect of your health and well-being, what would it be? For some of us, we want to lose weight this year. For some of us, we want to lower our blood pressure. For some of us, we want to get stronger. I'm not sure what it is for you, but I want you to write that down for us, okay? Make a note of it. And if you wouldn't mind, shoot us a note in chat and we can read those as they come in. Today, we're going to talk about our goals, and I want to just share with you a little bit of research. This is compelling, you guys, really interesting, because a lot of us want to improve our health and fitness, but guess what happens? Most of us don't. The majority of us, believe it or not, 50% of America will set a New Year's resolution. 50%. Isn't that amazing? And with the 50%, 1 in 3 people who set goals, it won't last a month. It literally will not last a month. And get this, guys, studies show 92% of us who make resolutions will fail by the end of the year. How do we avoid that? How do we not be a statistic this year? Well, I want to congratulate you, because the very thing that you're doing today by meeting together with our LACERS team, you actually are going against these stats. And let me share with you a couple of learnings from the research. Here's number 1. If you can be clear on your goals and write them down, we're going to do that today. That's one of the best things that you can do. What do you want to accomplish this year from a health and fitness perspective? We need to be intentional about that. And especially with what's been going on in our health, in our lives, very important to write that down. Secondly, we don't want to just write them down. We want to develop a plan. Like, how are we going to accomplish our goals this year? We need to talk about that. We're going to do that in just a minute. And then number 3, and Stephanie alluded to this earlier, and Crystal talked about it as well, having a team, us together. We are so much stronger and better together. And so we really want you to be a part of a small group that you can check in with. You can let each other know how you're doing. You can text each other, email each other. We really want to encourage you to be a part of one of our Fitness Made Simple groups, which we'll talk about. Okay, so I want to share with you a client of mine. His name was Larry, and you may relate to Larry in that he wanted to get fit. He wanted to get stronger. He wanted to get healthy, and he was a former athlete. And I'll never forget it, guys, when I met him. Larry came to me, and we were actually auditioning people who wanted to be a part of a 12-week program. And here's the blessing, guys. We're going to be together for a year. Like, literally, you had the opportunity to be a part of this program for an entire year. Larry was asking to be a part of a 12-week program. And this is what he told me. I asked him this. I said, Larry, why do you want to be a part of this program? Why do you want to get healthy and fit? And this is what he said to me, really compelling. He said, Sean, my son is 10 years old and I'm now 47. And then he said, my father passed away when I was 10. And then he said this, guys, he said, and my dad was 47 years old when he passed away. So Larry had a huge reason, a big why as to.
Hi, my name is Vikram Jadhav, Chief Information Officer here at LACERS, and I oversee our cybersecurity program. While our team works very hard keeping member information safe, our members also play a key part in helping us maintain information security. By understanding the dangers present online and by practicing safe online habits that limit exposures to risk, we can all do our part in ensuring we are not victims of any cyber attacks. To help our members, LACERS Well hosts sessions to help educate on issues related to technology and cybersecurity. This clip about online scams is a sample of the technology education we offer, provided to our members by Mom's Computer.
Because let me tell you what happened. So a person went on their computer, got an email, they believed the email, and this is where it begins. Very rarely, and not anybody that I've ever crossed, can somebody without help come onto your computer screen, get to your bank account, or can convince you to do anything unless you invite them in, unless you open that door. So it's very important for you to know that if anybody tells you anything on the computer, you need to pause and stop and think if that's correct and it applies to you. The people that scam you on the computer are professionals. They listen to you, they watch you, and then they repeat back to you what you're telling them. That's how a con works. You give them your code to how your mind works. So the most important thing is to not engage them. Obviously in any part of life, but certainly in this medium. Now this person believed that. Person was a little stubborn by nature, just like in nature, you know, some people say, I know it, I know it, I know it. Took the bait, spent about 2 or 3 days with this scammer who convinced this soul to go to different Target stores and purchase gift cards. You know that rack of gift cards that says Google Play, or we talked about the Amazon card? Because this is a way for a scammer to get your money. If you give them your credit card number, that's not so great anymore. You can call your credit card company and say, hey, I've been frauded, you know, and then they'll do an investigation. 95% of the time you'll get your money back. But these gift cards are a good scam. This soul went to a Target, took out $500. The cashier at Target said, I think this is a scam. We know about this. And she was stubborn. So she bought those and then drove to another one, drove to about 6 Targets around Los Angeles. Even the salesperson at Target realized there was something wrong here. Ended up losing $7,700. Okay, it's a lot of money. Nobody had to break into your house. Nobody had to pick your lock, steal your credit card information. It was willingly given. And that's how 95% of these things work. It comes from us. They call it phishing, P-H-I-S-H-I-N-G. They throw bait out there and some people hang up immediately and some people go with it.
Elijah.
Yes.
When they go and purchase the gift cards, is it to like anywhere? Is there those Visa type ones that are like basically cash?
Exactly. Because
And
once
then
you
what do
give,
they do? Send it to the suspect?
what it is Sam the scammer. And I will say,
subscribe to the official LACERS YouTube channel to view other informational videos and be notified when new content is available before anyone else. Visit youtube.com/LacersYouTube or use your mobile device to scan the QR code on screen.
Welcome back from your break. I hope that everyone got to stretch and eat something yummy. Well, I'm now going to turn it over back to Tiffany.
Great. Thank you, President Serrano. All right. So again, welcome back, everyone. If you are just joining us for the first time, well, welcome to our Pension Symposium. Just want to remind you all that if you do have any questions about anything, please utilize the Q&A feature. That's how you'll be asking questions and having them answered. Do not raise your hand because you will not be able to audibly ask a question. And with that, we are going to go ahead and get started with our next set of presentations. So first, our next speaker, I'd like to introduce Karen Februrary, Chief Benefits Analyst of our Health, Wellness, and Buyback Division. She is going to get us started with our next set of presentations regarding health and dental benefits, among other really cool, exciting things. Karen, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a wonderful break. I'm Karen Februrary. I'm the Chief Benefits Analyst of Health, Wellness, and Buyback Division. So I am pleased to introduce today our health consultant, Keenan & Associates, headed by Drew Anderson, who is the practice leader of the Employee Benefits Healthcare Division, as well as later on, Lori Lofranco, who may be joining us to assist with the question and answer portion. We also have Ramiro Salas, who is the Kaiser Director of Group Medicare for California and Hawaii, and Dr. Alana Thompson-Bird, who is the Managing Director of Group Retiree Services at Anthem Medicare Advantage, and Peter Cassidy, who is Anthem's Group Retiree Solutions Sales Executive, to present the Medicare and Healthcare Cost presentation. So today's presentation will take you on a learning journey about Medicare, its history and impact to LACERS benefits, then to our carrier partners with Kaiser and Anthem discussing the future of Medicare within Kaiser and Anthem's perspective, and then transitioning towards how our healthcare costs are determined and managed and how LACERS manages its healthcare costs. So now I'm going to pass it over to Drew Anderson. Drew?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, board members and LACERS members. Will we have the deck? Thank you very much. If we may go to the history slide. So just briefly, as Karen mentioned, we're going to cover the history of Medicare, the future of Medicare, and also controlling healthcare costs. Next slide. I'm going to just briefly touch on the history of Medicare. This is very interesting because the history of Medicare actually began in 1940, And it continues to this day. And every year we see nuances to the Medicare program under the government. In the 1940s, we see that Harry Truman did try to start out with the National Healthcare Plan, which failed, then moved on to John F. Kennedy. And 1965 is where Lyndon B. Johnson was successful in passing the Medicare law. By the end of 1966, we saw 19 million enrollees in the Medicare plan. In the 1980s, and again, I'm just going to touch on just a couple of highlights, we saw that the Medicare Catastrophic Coverage Act was implemented, where there was an out-of-pocket limit that was applied. But this is where we see retirees and the voting power affect our legislators, where it became very expensive, even adding a catastrophic limit to the out-of-pocket expenses. So most of the catastrophic care was repealed due to opposition. So I'm highlighting that because there's still a voice with the retirees and our voters, where our legislators would listen to the voters, where they can affect change. The law was also added to include Medicaid, which is Medi-Cal here in California, to the Medicare Act. In the 1990s, one other highlight is there was privatization to the marketplace, meaning there were insurers who were allowed to bring different Medicare products to the marketplace in tandem with original Medicare. So that included Part C, which is now known as Medicare Advantage, MA plan, which I view as an HMO version of Medicare. Part C was also added to include Part D, which is prescription drug coverage. In the 2000s, further through George W. Bush, he added the Prescription Drug Improvement Modernization Act, where there were further benefits added to the Part D prescription drug benefits in 2006. We also saw IRMA. So IRMA would stand for a high income surcharge income related monthly adjustment amount. That's a mouthful, IRMA, that was added to Part B premiums. So for anybody that were high income earners, they would be applied a higher surcharge to their Part B premiums. Under the 2010s, there were further adjustments to Part D, actually. So we spoke of IRMA applying to Part B premiums in 2007, but then the IRMA surcharge also affected Part D premiums in 2011. So there are so many other nuances to our history of Medicare, but I just wanted to walk everyone through some highlights. Next slide. In retrospect, Medicare is still young. It's still 58 years old this year, and it continues to change, and we'll continue to see that throughout the years. And as I mentioned earlier in the previous slide, as retirees have a voting power to affect change, LACERS also has a voice with Medicare. Next slide. The next several slides will go into how does Medicare actually work? What are the parts of Medicare? So on this slide, I'm going to briefly go through what Parts A, Part B, Part D, and what Medicare supplemental insurance is. Under Part A, depending on the number of years that you work and you pay into Medicare, Part A becomes eligible to everybody, or it covers 100% of your inpatient care. Well, it helps cover inpatient care in hospital setting. Part B is known as medical insurance, which primarily it covers your doctor office visits, and then your wellness visits, as well as some vaccines, and your out-of-patient care. Part D is known as drug coverage, which again was added in 2006 to help cover part of your prescription drug. It also includes recommended vaccines. And then what is Medicare supplemental insurance? That is known as Medigap. Medigap can be purchased through the private insurance companies out in the marketplace. One highlight is that most of the policies are all standardized. So the Medigap policies may have references by letters like Plan A or Plan K. I should point out that the benefits are all the same, irrespective of the health insurance company that is offering it, but the premiums may differ, and it may differ based on which state that you may be living in. So again, Part A is hospital insurance, Part B would be the office setting for doctors, and then Part D for drug coverage, and then Medigap, which is also known as Medicare supplemental insurance. Next slide. This table is a comparison to show what does LACERS offer as we look at parts A, B, D, and Medigap coverage, which was covered on the previous slide. And then part C and D would be the Medicare Advantage plans. So if we look at part A, that is $0 that is covered by the government for hospital stay. Part B would be the office visits, which was mentioned previously. And that premium is $164.90 currently. Part C would be the Medicare Advantage, and it varies by plan. And under LACERS, it's not required as a premium. And then Part D is also included in the LACERS plans. Medicare Supplemental would not be available for LACERS members. The Medicare Advantage is available, which is also known as a Medicare HMO plan. Next slide. So how does Original Medicare work? Original Medicare covers most, but not all services and supplies. There's a general rule of thumb where the plan mostly covers 80% of the costs, but then there's 20% which may affect Medicare members where they are responsible for out-of-pocket expenses. Also, Medicare covers most preventive services like shots and screenings. You could go to any doctor or hospital that takes Medicare in the United States. One item to highlight is that under Medicare, under Part A and Part B claims, it will not cover that if you're outside the United States. Next slide. This is another optics on, well, when I'm looking at a Medicare supplement plan, how does it differ from an Advantage plan? Again, provider sends a bill directly to CMS, and the Medicare will primarily pay 80% of the allowable charges. Where a supplement plan may come in is to help cover some of the costs that's not covered by Medicare. So the 20%, which may be remaining, a Medicare supplement insurance Medigap policy can help pay for those. Under a Medicare Advantage plan, which is also viewed as a Medicare HMO plan, it primarily covers 100% of the Medicare allowable costs. Next slide. LACERS benefits. LACERS is an excellent and very comprehensive plan. It covers pre-65 retiree benefits as well as post-65 benefits. And it provides higher comprehensive benefits at lower costs and then also at lower annual cost adjustments. The Medicare eligible retiree benefit continues to improve and offer greater benefits and services to members. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, when we're walking through the history of Medicare, the future of Medicare continues to change. We see under 2023, they're under the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, that certain vaccines will be free under Medicare Part D, which is a great benefit. And the next part, as it applies to insulin, the cost sharing will be no more than $35 a month. And that is very important for our chronic diabetics that need the benefits of insulin. Under 2024, the Part D full low income subsidy, there will be extra help for more people at a low income setting. Under 2025, there will be an out-of-pocket cap of $2,000 for Part D coverage, which will make it more affordable for participants to take their drugs and be more cost advantageous. and it will be indexed in future years. In 2026, Medicare will begin to negotiate with drug manufacturers. That's always been the role of Medicare, but we'll continue to see that through 2026. Next slide. Now I will defer to our Kaiser. Thank you, Ramiro.
All right, thank you, Drew. Appreciate that. So thank you everyone for allowing me to come and join you today. I am the Director for California and Hawaii Group Medicare. My job and my team's job is basically to help the city of LA with their Medicare plan, the Medicare Advantage plan, and to ensure that it stays compliant. And so I was asked to come and speak today about the future of Medicare. I got to tell you, one of the most difficult things for us to predict is where Medicare might be going, primarily because Medicare is very political. You probably hear it on a regular basis. Whenever there's a change of administration, there's always talks about changes to the Medicare plan. But I can tell you one way for us to kind of see what's happening with Medicare is to look back and see what historically the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services has done with Medicare. The plan that is offered to the city of LA is known as a Medicare Advantage plan, like you just mentioned. That's when you take your both parts of Medicare, your Part A and your Part B, and you assign it to a carrier. In this particular case with Kaiser, you're assigning your Medicare Parts A and B, and what the government does, the CMS does, is they provide a monthly capitation to the carrier. Now, 75 to 85% of the total revenue that comes in for these Medicare Advantage plans comes from the federal government through that capitation, that reimbursement. So this graph that you see here on the top left illustrates the actual reimbursement rate changes over the last couple of years. The blue bar represents the first initial expected change in reimbursement rate, and the orange bar represents the actual reimbursement rate change. And you can see here, from 2015 to 2023, the dramatic change in reimbursement rate from the federal government. This means they're actually paying out more and more money, an increase in overall reimbursement to the Medicare Advantage plans. Now, what happens when there is very good reimbursement rates? Well, you will begin to see benefit enhancements and price drops across the board. Now, there's two types of plans that are Medicare Advantage plans that are available out in the marketplace. You have your individual Medicare Advantage plans, and those are plans that are negotiated by the carriers directly with CMS. And they're available to anyone on the street. And those tend to change year to year, depending on how the CMS reimbursement rates change. And then you have the group Medicare Advantage plan, which is a plan that's purchased by an employer group like the city of LA, and they negotiate and they actually choose the plan design they want to offer to the retirees. Now, you couple this increase in reimbursement rates with changes in Congress that occurred, HR 1892, for example, that started allowing, or it's called the Bipartisan Act of 2018. It started allowing Medicare Advantage plans to offer benefit enhancements or supplemental benefits to retirees. And so we saw immediately, almost as soon as that was passed in 2019, that a lot of the Medicare Advantage plans started offering additional benefit enhancements. You started to see enhancements such as offering meals after surgery, post-surgery meals, transportation, gym memberships, dental coverage, over-the-counter prescription, over-the-counter medication allowances, advanced care at home. So bottom line is when you see when you see supplemental, when you see reimbursement rates go up, you will see benefit enhancements. Now, we just got the initial call letter for 2024, and currently we're assessing what the implications are going to be to the overall reimbursement rates. So far, our initial look indicate that we will see a slighter increase than historically seen in the last couple of years. So you couple this with many of the carriers still dealing with the aftermath of COVID and increase in supply chains, demand and costs, with the reduction of reimbursement rates, we can kind of speculate that we could see some shifting happening in the marketplace where some of these benefit enhancements will begin to either pause or begin to be eliminated depending on how the different carriers are going to react to that change in CMS reimbursement rate. So one thing to keep in mind then, as CMS reimbursement rates are healthy, you will see prices drop in the marketplace. 98% of Medicare Advantage eligible retirees can enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan today, and they have multiple options to choose from. The individual market is also flooded with a lot of new Medicare Advantage plans with enhancements. But one thing that to keep in mind is that the city of LA is the one that dictates and chooses the plan design for you. And so that's actually good. It protects you, and you know that you have a benefit plan that's offered. It's very rich benefit plan that's offered through the city of LA. Now, something else that we saw that was interesting is in 2021, the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services hired for the first time ever a chief dental officer, Dr. Natalia Chalmers. Now, this is interesting because CMS has also been talking about total mind and health. And obviously, caring for someone's teeth is also part of your total mind and health. Will this lead to future coverage in dental? We don't know yet, but we're starting to get prepared for that possibility. A lot of changes occur on a regular basis, year after year. It's important for us to pay attention to what CMS does. But one key factor to look at is the CMS reimbursement rates. As the CMS reimbursement rates go, you will see changes happening in the marketplace with the different benefits that are offered out to the retirees. This concludes my portion. I'm now going to turn it over to our colleagues at Anthem. So take it away.
Thank you so much, Romero. We're going to actually have Dr. Thompson Bird go over the first section of this slide. Dr. Thompson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, I'm Dr. Thompson here from Anthem. And what we're going to be kind of focusing on today is the future of Medicare. As you know, CMS is always partnering in ways that elevate the healthcare of their members. And this also means looking to the future of Medicare. CMS currently has a 10-year plan that extends into 2032. Central to that plan is increasing the quality of providers, and that's both new and existing providers. With new providers, this means there are multiple measures that CMS undertakes before making a determination that they will bring those providers on as CMS designees. And with providers that are looking to expand, CMS first asks questions. Does that provider have enough staff? Does that provider have a strong enough network for their members? And have there been any previous compliance actions? Those are all taken into account before CMS allows for the expansion of that designation. CMS is also focusing on star ratings that include measures that tie directly to health outcomes. For this Medicare population, that can be things that are often quite dangerous to members, but they are tied directly to the health outcomes, like the amount of physical activity that members are getting, and if there's been a reduction in fall risk. Health equity and innovation are inextricably linked, and I think CMS is well aware of that. As I stated before, CMS has a framework for the next 10 years, and the priorities for health equity include expansion of the data that it collects, as well as the reporting and analysis of that data as it pertains to health equity. They're also focused on assessing the cause of disparity and addressing the inequity in the policies and the operations. And CMS is committed to closing these gaps. There is also focus on advancing language access. And this leads directly to increasing health literacy of their members. And that, let's be clear, is tied directly to patient safety and an excellent patient experience. Part of this is also focusing on the provision of culturally tailored services. And this includes not just the communication that CMS has with their members, but it also includes the guidance that CMS provides to plans, providers, and their healthcare partners. And then lastly, increasing all forms of accessibility to service and coverage. CMS has developed an innovation center, and in the fall of 2021, they determined their strategic goals for 10 years as well. And basically, these goals include high quality, affordable, whole person, as Dr. Salas mentioned, centered care. This includes testing various payment and service delivery models. And all of that is to make sure that you have better care for the patients, smart spending, and healthier communities. The innovation model has multiple, the Innovation Center has multiple models. I think there are 7 actually, to be precise. But a few of them stand out as very important. The dual eligible participants, so those who are Medicaid and Medicare eligible. There are also models that are directed at making sure members have a PCP, as we may all be familiar with the medical home. And the one that I find most forward-thinking and in the future of Medicare is there's an initiative to speed adoption of best practices. CMS has done research, and they've shown that it takes approximately 17 years before best practices are incorporated into widespread practice. And CMS is taking an approach that it is partnering with providers, federal agencies, professional societies, stakeholders, and experts to test new models for increasing the speed of adoption. And this leads to healthier members faster. And with that, I'll turn it over to Peter.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson-Bird. What Dr. Thompson-Bird was speaking about in regards to health equity, we'd also like to, approach that in terms of affordability. And CMS has put this roadmap for all carriers to follow. And Anthem's perspective is to look at it a little bit differently. As Ju mentioned originally, when you initially started talking about Medicare Advantage, it was mostly known as an HMO product. That has changed. It's now there's Medicare Advantage PPO. And just as what you would normally see is in the active world of, an in-network physician and out-of-network physician, that exists as well for Medicare Advantage. Additionally, and specifically with LACERS, there's also the opportunity for it to be a passive PPO. So your doctor can be in-network or out-of-network. It's the same cost share. The only thing is they just need to make sure that they accept Medicare. That addresses some bit of the health equity. So if somebody is in, say, Wyoming, they can actually still see a provider, even though there's not nearly as many physicians and providers as there are here in LA County. So that addresses the health equity, but it also, making it affordable, not just in terms of what the premium dollars that's paid by LACERS through your contributions of when you've worked, but also so that it's affordable so that the individual retiree can see a provider without having to choose between buying bread and eggs versus going to see a doctor. So the plan design is CMS's, they want insurance carriers like Anthem to provide the most comprehensive care possible. So LACERS board elected to purchase an extremely rich plan. So when we look at the plan design that the retirees have, it's a zero cost share for everything that's a covered service. So whether it be preventive, whether it be surgery, lab, X-ray, that's a $0 cost share, and that's extremely important. And that also transitions to, I think what a lot of retirees worry about is the cost of medications. So again, the pharmacy copays are extremely low. And in fact, there's kind of a branch of pharmacies where there's called select generics. And those select generics are specifically for those drugs that are maintenance medications. So if you're looking at statins or high blood pressure medication, those are covered at $0. And there's no donut hole in terms of where the coverage would end, just as what was mentioned with what's happening in the future of it. So addressing affordability is paramount in what CMS is looking at, and Anthem's view of that is we need to do it not just through plan design and getting the most appropriate benefits, but also with what is being offered in terms of making sure that you can actually see a physician, and what type of physician, and how it's tied together in terms of the innovation. These four things, that's what drives to that final bullet point, which is the transformation of the overall system. Anthem works very closely with CMS so that we make sure we know, in this case, what the future state is that we're following this along, and we are ensuring that we are doing the most appropriate care that we can. So with that, I will transfer it over.
I don't see the deck open. Thank you. Thank you very much. So again, this is Ju Anderson from Keenan, and the following is walking through what is going on with our healthcare costs. We're going to go through understanding the various healthcare systems and parts. What is artificial intelligence role in the future of healthcare? The 80-20 rule. We seem to come upon this 80-20 rule quite a bit. We'll explain how that gets into healthcare costs. Global drug costs. It is a universal issue amongst many countries, including us, who tends to be in the forefront of very high drug costs. Advertisement and how it impacts our drugs, and then evening the playing field for prescription drugs, and then landing on where should government's role be in healthcare? Should it be socialized? Should it be legislative? And then working together for a better healthcare future and how LACERS can be part of that. Next slide. So this slide is meant to be funny, but there are 4 categories if we may look at a patient who is at the poverty level, and who pays for the person walking into a hospital that doesn't have the means. So that would be covered typically by a charity or the county. Medi-Cal here in California, which is Medicaid, that would be funded partially by state and federal. And then Medicare, obviously we went over that previously, is funded by the federal government. And then last but not least, commercial, individual employer. So for our retirees who work for the city, the employer would have been the city. Next. There's a hot term, and we see it continuously in the media, artificial intelligence, AI. We see it in the media, we see it being interpreted in movies, but how will it affect future of healthcare? It's already happening. AI is helping surgeons in surgery, whether it's mechanical arms with a very delicate procedure. We also are seeing it with pricing protocols when it comes to prescription drug fulfillment. Or what about streamlining our electronic medical records? How do we make things more efficient? How do we protect our data? And then how do we make it efficient so that clinicians, doctors have access more readily to electronic medical records? And how can AI help out with that? Another aspect that is happening in the marketplace is your very own personal assistant. How may AI programs assist you in navigating through our already complex medical settings so that you know which provider to go to, how to keep you more healthy, reminders on when you should see your doctor for certain conditions, your annual checkups. Those programs are actually being considered and being developed as we speak. Next slide. The 80-20 rule. For us in healthcare, we do know of this 80-20 rule, unfortunately, where 80% of our people are healthy, but only 20% really drive the cost of healthcare. So what does this mean for LACERS? I thought that this was very interesting. If you look to the right, These are actual LACERS numbers. So we're looking at Anthem HMO, Anthem PPO, and the Kaiser HMO plan. We see the blue bar being the per month per member rate. And then the orange is the healthiest, which is the 80% PMPM. And then the gray would be the unhealthiest. So the blue, sorry if I didn't mention this earlier, are just the current rates. And then the orange are the healthiest and the gray, the unhealthiest. So these are actual LACERS members' commercial health risk numbers, which really showcases the 80-20 rule. So how do we manage this? LACERS already has a phenomenal plan, and they've been doing this for many, many years, where wellness is a focus, where they really want to spend time with the retirees and LACERS members to talk about their wellness post-retirement and how they can better their health and take control of their own health. So there are many programs that are available through the LACERS program, but also on the health plan side, there's something called condition management, where there are many programs to engage the retirees to really focus on their health through the health plans and how they can better engage themselves to do that. The other question, and this is going on in the marketplace, is how do we better cost contain our high 20% of folks who drive healthcare costs? Would it be reinsurance through federally funded tax, or should we use Medicare to force the reduction of overall costs? And then what can employers do to help mitigate some of these ongoing healthcare costs? Next slide. This is another really eye-opening optic on the graph to your right. When we think about drug costs also being a huge component and driver of increase to our healthcare spending. If you look to the very first bar, the United States tops the annual per capita spending for drug. There's many reasons for that here in the United States. If we look at Germany and our neighbor in Canada, these countries have socialized medicine. Now, we have a certain process as we approve certain drugs that come onto the marketplace that's approved and researched by the Food and Drug Administration, known as the FDA. And there's many millions and billions of dollars that are spent by research companies and drug manufacturers to develop these drugs. And because the United States, we're a capitalistic society, there is a limitation on competition. So we have patents for drug protection for 7 years or more. So we talk a lot about brand name drugs, which benefit from the patent. Once a drug passes the 7-year mark, then there are other companies that produce the drug that become generic versions of the brand name drugs. And I talked about socialization. There are pros and cons with socialized medicine. I think people may have heard, unless there's a dire need to see a physician, then you are able to see a physician right away. Whereas there might be a wait line to get an X-ray if it's not a life and death situation. So we see that in other socialized medicine countries. Next slide. This happens to all of us as we're sitting in front of a television where we see advertisement. We see happy people riding their bikes, and there's a drug that's being promoted, and that does catch your attention, because then you're going to your physician and you're going to ask, well, what about Humira? That seems to be on the television a lot. I think, because I have rheumatoid arthritis, I like to be prescribed for that. So that does happen, and advertisement does affect how we're spending and utilizing drugs as we see our physicians. Next slide. This is just another optic, not to spend too much time on this, but one highlight here, and we may have seen this quite a bit in the news, is the diabetic drug known as Ozempic. Unfortunately, for our diabetic members and chronic condition diabetic members, that drug is very important. It's a new drug that's come to the scene that will help improve blood sugar control in our bodies, but we see people using that for other uses, which has caused, supply chain issues for that particular drug. But on average monthly price per dose, that's $1,025.40. And for someone that really needs it, that annual price tag of $12,000. And Humira, of course, is very popular and needed by many patients. And that monthly drug price is $9,158, which on an annual basis comes out to almost $110,000 per year. Next slide. This is another version and optic on how much the United States pays in comparison to other countries. So to the right is the percentage by which the prices of US drugs surpass those in other selected countries. I had mentioned earlier on the way that we process and approve drugs, the patent duration of 7 years, and the capitalistic way in which we provide drugs to our citizens is very different from other countries. Next. The following is always a consideration, and we look to our government, whether it's at the federal level or at the state level. We're always looking to the future and wondering, we do need to fix our healthcare system. We continue to see double-digit trend increases, not only on the Medicare side, medical side, but also on the drug spending side. So how should we view and support technology as it gets to artificial intelligence? What about the unhealthiest 20%? Should we look at them differently? Should we fund that through a different taxation or pooled program? What about our government in terms of price control? What about reimportation of drugs? On the previous slide, I talked about how countries consider the pricing of their drugs separately. Should we import certain drugs from other countries since they're at a different price point? What about loosening our FDA standards? Is that a smart move? Should we loosen the patent protection that's currently more than 7 years? These are all items as citizens that we should consider, and there's no right or wrong, but we continue to contemplate and debate on where the levers are in healthcare and should we look to legislation to improve the price and control costs of healthcare. Next. Working for a better healthcare future. This is highly debatable. We talk about, should we let the government take over? I mentioned earlier, when we look at other countries with socialized medicine, supply and chain becomes a greater issue. There are priorities with patients that need it first and foremost. So there are wait lines. So does that make sense? But then how do we actually level certain things? Do we just deal with the status quo? I would make the argument status quo does not show equity in the way that we're accessing and paying for our health plans. So what about the socioeconomic development part of that aspect as well? And then what can we do to control drug costs? I think that also involves legislation and our government in the way that we view and approve certain drugs that come to the marketplace. And I think that the highlights here is government should have a role in it and can have a role in it. It's just, based on how much do we want them to have a hand in it. LACERS members has a role. There's always a voice with LACERS members, and it always has been. And then just knowing is really how we start out in understanding the different levers of healthcare and preparing ourselves for that. Next. Thank you very much to LACERS board members and to the LACERS members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ju, and the rest of the Keenan and Kaiser and Anthem team for a very informative presentation. Now, since we just heard about managing healthcare costs, we will be transitioning and presenting information about our LACERS Strategic Well initiative, and I'm sending this back to Tiffany.
Okay, thanks, Karen. So our next speaker discussing our wellness program here at LACERS is going to be Stephanie Smith, our LACERS Well Program Manager. So Stephanie, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Our presenters today will be Edeliza, Crystal, and Robin. They will be taking you on a brief journey of the wellness program past, present, and the future. You will see that what began as a pilot program has now evolved to a progressive program seeking to improve the health and well-being of our LACERS retirees. I'll now pass it on over to Edeliza to start you on your wellness journey.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Edeliza Fang, Senior Benefits Analyst with the Health, Wellness, and Buyback Division, and I'm here today to highlight the LACERS Wellness Program, also known as LACERS Well. To give you a little history, the idea for the program was first conceived as a nice-to-have offering to encourage LACERS retired members to focus on their health and well-being. It then evolved into something more focused, bringing it to the forefront. In 2008, it became one of LACERS' strategic plan initiatives with the goal of maximizing value and minimizing costs of our health and welfare program. In 2012, LACERS Well officially started receiving funding from our health plan carriers. 2 years after that, in 2014, the LACERS Well Champion program was established, and in that same year, a wellness coordinator was hired. After that, the Purposeful Living campaign was launched, and Stephanie Smith came on board as our wellness manager. In 2020, due to COVID-19 restrictions, the program adjusted by offering more virtual activities and webinars. Next slide. After more than 10 years since the program was created, LACERS Well continues to promote a purposeful living campaign, which is based on 5 essential elements of overall well-being. We encourage and help our members in their retirement years to find their purpose, to focus on their physical health, to be mindful of their financial wellness, to maintain social engagement, and to strengthen their community involvement. We believe that these elements form the foundation for a healthy and happy retirement. Next slide, please. Our mission is to enhance the quality of life in retirement for our members by providing resources and activities that promote optimal health and wellness. LACERS members automatically have access to all the benefits offered by the wellness program as soon as they retire. We're very proud of the fact that LACERS is one of the few retirement systems that has a fully developed retiree-focused wellness program. This slide lists our program offerings. We work closely with our health plan carriers in providing webinars, seminars, and programs that promote a healthier lifestyle. This results in unnecessary healthcare utilization and better control of healthcare costs. We have the Wellness Champion program, which gives retired members the chance to share their knowledge, expertise, and talents with their fellow LACERS retirees by leading group activities, both in person and virtual. LACERS also has programming that is facilitated by the wellness team. This includes technology, fitness, brain health classes, some of which were featured during the lunch break, the Aging Mastery program, webinars, and online open enrollment meetings. We have our LACERS Well website where members can find helpful online resources and health information. Lastly, we have the Wellness Program newsletter, which members receive twice a year. And those members who are signed up with LACERS Well get wellness updates via email and can participate in incentive programs. That concludes my portion of the presentation. I will now hand it over to Crystal Baldwin.
Next slide, please. Thank you so much, Edeliza. I'm Crystal Baldwin, Benefits Analyst with the LACERS Well program. Presently, the LACERS Well Champion program gives retired members an opportunity to work directly with the LACERS Well team to plan, coordinate, promote, and facilitate a healthy lifestyle and the overall well-being of our members. Champions, as Edeliza stated previously, share a special skill, knowledge, or activity that encourages our members to stay active once they retire. And as you can see here on our slide, we have one of our champions, Ben Gaeto, and he facilitates our monthly hikes in Griffith Park. We have currently champions that lead and facilitate in-person activities, such as monthly walks in the park or at the beach, our monthly hikes at Griffith Park. We also have champions that host monthly virtual book clubs, We have 2 monthly movie review clubs. We also have a virtual chess club as well, all facilitated via Zoom. We also have the Champion program is actually the backbone of the wellness program. And our retirees can definitely anticipate an array of activities that complement their personality and their personal goals. Next slide, please. Okay, listed here are our accomplishments and metrics for our accomplishments for this year, 2022, and the metrics for the 2023-2024 initiatives. In 2022, we had over 2,700 members that actually participated in our LACERS Well program activities. However, our goal for this year, 2023, is to grow that number to over 3,200. In 2022, we had 85% of our members that submitted a customer feedback survey, giving us a satisfaction and above rating. And our goal this year is to increase that submission rate to 95%. Our carriers facilitated 11 preventative care and disease management webinars and coaching sessions last year. Our goal is to increase that number to 15 this year. Our goal is to expand the Champion program to other geographic regions of LA County this year. The wellness team is looking forward also to collaborating with other retirement systems, nonprofit organizations in 2023 and 2024. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. The future of the wellness program looks bright because our main focus is to get our carriers to commit to increasing their disease management webinars and coaching by focusing on the conditions listed on this slide. As you can see, we want to offer more information and more webinars on hypertension, their weight management, prediabetes, and depression. Okay, we will enhance the Champion program by increasing our recruitment efforts and expanding activities to other diverse geographic areas. Also, by resuming in-person events to create socialization and connections. Most importantly, in 2023, we will create partnerships with other retirement systems, nonprofits, other organizations to share knowledge as well as work with senior community influencers for promotions and sponsorships as well. Now, I would like to turn it over to Robin at Keenan to discuss the future of our wellness program. Robin, over to you.
Thank you, Crystal. Next slide, please. I think yeah, there we go. Thank you. So as Crystal had mentioned, and also as you had mentioned, in terms of how we can help, decrease unnecessary healthcare utilization for the members, and also improve the quality of members' lives by improving their health. We're working with the carriers to set some measurable strategic goals going forward in 2023-24. So we are in the process of developing those goals in a collaborative sense with those carriers. And here are some examples of what those goals will look like. We don't have the precise goals yet, but these are the goal areas that will be pursued along with that, with strategic initiatives attached to those goals as we move forward. So for engagement, we're going to be looking at increasing the percentage of members using the carrier's online resources and apps. So the resources that they have available to them virtually. Telephonic health coaching, looking to increase the percentage of members who utilize that as well among the carriers. Preventive care compliance would include increasing the percentage of members getting preventive care visits in person or virtually. Flu immunizations, and then screenings, trying to increase the percentage of members who get those through their healthcare providers for cholesterol, colorectal cancer, cervical and breast cancer, and PSA screening. Next slide, please. And looking at reducing health risks among members, so being in a more preventative approach for the goals and the strategic initiatives, we'll look at reducing the percentage of members that have inadequate exercise, that are overweight and obese, have prediabetes or prehypertension. And then looking at the chronic conditions and reducing the percentage of members who have diabetes, hypertension, osteoarthritis, or low back problems, which are some of the primary chronic conditions among the member population. There may be some other ones that will be addressed as well. Next slide. For condition management, increasing the involvement of the members in actively engaging in prediabetes, prehypertension management, and then looking at how well managed they are in terms of the provider networks and the healthcare carriers, looking at metrics where we can see how well managed they are for diabetes, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, chronic depression, and then medication adherence for diabetes, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and chronic depression. Next slide. Turn it back over to LACERS.
Thank you so much, Eliza, Crystal, and Robin. We have thoroughly enjoyed bringing our program to you, and now I'll turn it back over to Karen.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, Eliza, Crystal, and Robin. These are our wellness teams. If any of you retired members out there, if you're interested in joining us in terms of our champion program and all the rest of the great wellness activities we provide, please contact any of our team members or go through our website. Now I'm transferring it back to Tiffany.
Great. Thank you, Karen and team, for all of that wonderful information about Medicare and our LACERS Well program. Next up, to introduce our next speakers, Nathan, you want to jump on?
Yes, thank you, Tiffany. A lot of information learned there about Medicare. Just before we move forward, I want to remind everyone that you can submit your questions. Maybe it's the after lunch lull, but we have noticed a little bit of a reduction in questions, which is okay if everything is making all the sense. But if you have questions, please do submit them, as we will review them and answer them. So with that, maybe you're wondering about retirement or how your retirement's going compared to others. This next section is going to be a LACERS retirement experience. And to kick that off, let me just introduce Februrary Sneed. She is our Chief Benefits Analyst, as well as Delia Hernandez, who is the Assistant Division Manager of the Retirement Services Division. Please take it away.
Carolyn, you're muted.
Thanks, Tiffany. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Februrary Sneed, and I'm the Division Manager for the Retirement Services Division. Today, we are going to be sharing some experiences with you from our recent retirees. Our goal today is to provide you with a perspective from these members who actually have gone through the retirement process, the method they chose when applying for retirement, and give you some insight as to how they prepared for retirement. Can we put up the slides, please? All right, next slide, please. With me today is Delia Hernandez, who is the Assistant Division Manager with our counseling section. I'm sorry, the Assistant Division Manager for Retirement Services. And she is going to be moderating our panel questions this afternoon. Next slide, please. Okay, this isn't the updated slide. All right. Okay, not a problem. Our panel today is going to consist of Catherine O'Connell. She was a librarian two with the library department. We're also going to have Raymond Serrano, who is the former general manager of the Los Angeles Fire and Police Pension. We're also going to have Ricardo Silva, who is a senior administrative clerk with the General Services Department. And then we're going to have Ann Seals, who was the former assistant division manager for retirement services with LACERS. Now, the panel members have been given the questions in advance. Now I'd like to hand over to my co-moderator, Delia Hernandez, who will be fielding the questions with our members at this time.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to all. And
Hello.
happy to see that we have such a good amount of attendees. I'd like to just thank our retiree panelists for joining us today. And we'll try to keep this short but informative. And what we're going to do before we get started is just remind our panelists that I will go ahead and ask the question, and then I'll go ahead and select a couple of the retiree panelists to answer the question. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. So the first question we have is, prior to applying for retirement, did you attend a planning for retirement seminar? If yes, was it helpful in preparing to submit your retirement application? So I would like to have Ms. Catherine O'Connor answer that question if she could.
Certainly. I did attend that particular seminar. In fact, over the years, my 25 years of service, I attended the seminar several times just to see if there was any major changes that I should know about to help me plan. Yeah, I find it very helpful.
Very good. And then I'll go ahead and have Mr. Ray Serrano answer the same question, please.
Sure, thank you. Absolutely. I think it's both the retirement seminar was very, very helpful, and also some of the other videos that you have for you potential retirees. Gives you a good sense of what you need to do, what documents you need to get in place. Certainly helps with any planning that you need to do as you approach your impending retirement.
Okay, thank you so much. So with those folks that are listening in, please, if you haven't done so, it's a good time to start reaching out to us and attend one of the seminars so you can be better prepared for your retirement. It's always best to do that. So we encourage everyone to do that. So let's go on to our next question. If you applied via the retirement application portal, or what we refer to as RAP, was it easy and convenient? And for those who chose to apply for the retirement by mail, why did you choose this particular method? And did you use a secure upload to upload on the LACERS website? So I'll go ahead and start with Mr. Rick Silva. You're muted, Mr. Silva.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, good. I did not choose to use the portal in order to apply. I felt a lot more comfortable filling out the forms, making sure that I had them in front of me and I was able to kind of look them over. And the staff at LACERS was gracious enough to answer all my phone calls. So I had plenty of phone calls. I had plenty of questions. And so I took my time in the process, and they were able to walk me through all the different documentation, exactly what I needed. I had gone on the website to watch a brief overview of a seminar, but I never attended one in person. So being able to do it kind of the old school style, just pen to paper and get it turned in and kind of go back and forth. And mind you, I did apply probably in the spring of last year. I retired in August, but prior to that, I had a lot of questions, and LACERS staff was always available to answer my questions. But that's the reason why I chose to do it by hand. It was just the comfort of it, just
right.
Not wanting to be online.
I understand. That's very understandable, and I appreciate your input on that. As you know, everything's transitioning over a lot to online, And we do need to highlight that sometimes that contact and that one-on-one really makes a difference. So we're going to have different avenues for people to retire, and that's what we're hoping to do. So thank you for your input on that, Mr. Silva. I'm also going to ask the same of Ms. Catherine O'Connor. Did you need me to repeat the question, or did you recall the question, Ms. O'Connor? You're muted.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I did use the portal. I am not very technologically savvy. I understand my friend over here why he wanted to do it with paper, but I went ahead and did it online. It did take me a little while to navigate it. However, I did not want to send any type of documents in the mail or anything like that either for security. And I do appreciate the staff, you know, bearing with me, so to speak. But yeah, overall, it was convenient. As far as easy goes, not for me.
Okay. Well, we're hoping to make some improvements for all of it. You know, we haven't had it for too long, but we are hoping to make a lot more improvements. There's a lot of videos. So, you know, we're hoping to have different platforms for all of our members. Mr. Serrana, did you want to chime in on that question as well?
Sure, just briefly. I did use the portal. It's nice. It's convenient to download the document, and certainly easy to upload things once you get them completed. I think my biggest challenge was once I retired from work, I no longer had access to Adobe, and so I had to separate forms and then combine them again to get them uploaded. But other than that little minor inconvenience, everything went off, you know, as planned.
Very good. Okay, I see that we have Miss Ann Seals that's joining us. So Mrs. Seals, we've already started with a few of the questions, but we'll be going into a couple more questions. So we'll go ahead and call upon you to answer a question when we get there. So thank you for joining us.
Okay, thanks.
So our next question is going to be, we've already applied for that. Okay, did you attend the retirement application webinar after submitting your application or watch any of the topic specific instructional videos? And if yes, did you find them helpful? And if not, why not? So this would be for the folks that submitted their application through the portal. So did you attend to any of the specific instructional videos? I guess we're going to go with Miss Ann Seals. Were you able to apply through RAP, and did you attend any of or did you view any of the videos?
No, I did apply through RAP, but given my history and experience with LACERS as a former LACERS employee, I did not have the need to attend any of the webinars, but I do know that they are extremely helpful since I have perused them as a part of employment versus as retirement. With regards to the portal, just to chime in, I found it very useful. However, the only thing I could add is at the time that I retired, which like Mr. Silva was back in August of last year, there was some forms that you could not automatically upload. I'm assuming that has probably been addressed, but I know all those things were in the works. But that would be the only concern, if I had a concern, was that some of the forms you were not able to upload them. But I found no need to go to do the webinars after doing my application.
That's understandable. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Seals. And Ms. O'Connor, would you be able to tell us if you attended any of the videos or instructional videos that were available to you during RAP?
Yes, I went ahead and did the after application seminar. I found that to be helpful. Kind of gave me feedback in just trying to figure out, did I do the right thing? Is the thing uploaded? You know, just it's a kind of check on me. Also with the instructional videos, I found them very helpful because I know everybody's retirement situation is different. People have dependents, people, you know, emergency, whatever. It's just nice to have something you can sit there and hit the button over and over again to kind of like absorb all the information. Exactly. Because there is a lot of information I found, you know, but yeah, I was happy to go to both to do a lot of them.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And Mr. Serrana, did you have anything you'd like to add for the videos that were available to you?
As far as after submitting, I didn't watch any of the videos, but I certainly watched a couple of them beforehand to make sure I was following the process and the steps and so forth. So, but they were very helpful.
Okay, great. Great for that. Thank you for that. Okay, we're going to go on to the next question. And that is, what did you like most or least about the retirement process? And with that, I'm going to go hand it to Mr. Silva.
Like I said earlier, I think the thing that was the most comforting is that there was always somebody available to talk to, whether it was a health question, a question about my actual benefit, any changes that were going to be taking place like in the near future regarding, the multiplier or anything. There was always somebody available to help me. I'm kind of more of a hands-on person and a little more social. I like to be on the phone. I like to talk to people. And just get answers from people. And I think that's one of the things that I really enjoyed is that the LACERS employees and the staff they were always readily available. And if they weren't, they were able to call back within, 15 to 20 minutes. There really wasn't anything I didn't like about the process. So that's about it. Yeah.
Thank you for that. We're happy to hear that. We always want to serve our members and take care of everyone as much as we can. So thank you for that input, Mr. Silva. Okay, Ms. O'Connor, what was the most and the least thing that you liked about the retirement process?
The most thing I liked was the feeling that I was dealing with competent people, the people that really did care. That I really appreciated that. If they gave you an answer, it was going to be the right answer. You didn't have to guess. Also, kind of the minor point that that it was kind of at least my favorite part is since I did go through, say, the RAP, I was emailing once in a while. Since I'm a worrywart, I didn't get automatic gratification. And it's kind of like that day or two lag is like, what's going on?
Right, right.
So, but yeah, like I said, the answer was always right. They were always there. And I really appreciate all the hard work.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, and if anyone's experienced any delay on receiving an email response, feel free to pick up the phone and try to reach us as well. But as Ms. O'Connor said, she usually did get a response within a day or two. Yeah. But if for some reason it's a pressing matter, you don't have to wait. You can call us and we'll be more than happy to assist you. Does anyone else want to chime in on that? I think Mr. Ray Serrano or Ms. Ann Seals on the most and the least part of the retirement process. Mr. Serrano?
Yeah, you know what? I thought it was fairly a straightforward process. I mean, there were a few questions. I actually submitted an application and then pulled it back. So I had to submit a form and then resubmit everything again. But my counselor, Angela Payton, did a great job, and I'll just give a little shout out for her. I mean, I appreciate her help and assistance in getting me through the process. So thank you.
That's good to hear. We'll definitely pass on that message. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so we're going to go on to the next question here. Did you keep in regular contact with your retirement counselor? It kind of sounds like we kind of already answered that a little bit. But if anyone would like to chime in on that, let me start, I guess, with Rick. You mentioned it already, but if you'd like to kind of elaborate on your contact with your counselor.
Yeah, the counselor was always available. It seemed that, like I said, if they were busy, which obviously they were, especially during COVID, and last year was tough because a lot of people were missing each other as far as like communication. I always got a phone call within the same day, usually within a half an hour. And like my friend as well, I'm a worrywart. I think about a lot of things. I overanalyze things, and so constantly wondering if I filled something out correctly, and if I didn't, how long would it take for them to get back to me? But that's one of the things is that they always reassured me that whenever they did receive my forms, that they looked either correct or incorrect, and I was able to either fix them or bring in something that I might have needed that I forgot to bring in. And I did make appointments. That's one thing that was nice is that during that time in August, there was 15-minute appointments, and I was able to come downtown a couple times at my convenience and drop forms off. So that made it easy. Because like I said, it's always more comfortable knowing that your documentation is not going through the mail, that you're able to drop it off with the person. And if they had to make copies, they made copies quickly, and they kind of got me on my way. And so that aspect of it was pretty nice. I enjoyed that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
If I could say anything,
Oh, of course. Yes,
yeah,
Ms.
I
Mills.
stay in touch with my counselor, Veronica. It's one of the best. I did stay in touch with her only as needed. And I could say this, and I'm sure everyone in the panel could probably endorse that. The professionalism and the responsiveness of the counselor, whether it was a lot or a little, was awesome. It went above and beyond what I think you expect in a business setting. So I just want to give the staff the credit for that.
We thank you for that. That's awesome to hear. It's really what we want to hear, because that's what we're here for, is to serve our members. And just to hear you guys say that is something that we'll definitely, share with our staff and continue to make improvements, to continue to do so as we go along with all these different platforms. So thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, so let's see, we're going to go on to the next question here. Is what would you do differently, if anything, in preparing for applying for retirement? Is there anything you'd like to see added to the process? Anything that you'd like to share? So with that, I will go to, if anyone wants to chime in right away, I can, we can do that. Otherwise, I can just select from any of the panelists. Okay, I'll go with Ms. O'Connor.
Okay, what I would do different is kind of outside the bounds of LACERS in terms of like getting those really meaty pamphlets, like for Medicare, like for LACERS health plan, and really try to delve into them more. A lot of it felt overwhelming because there's so much jargon and all that got to be a little bit confusing. But I would allow myself more time on that. Also lining up my own documents. Sometimes other big organizations like Social Security, if there's a problem with the name on the Social Security card, something like that, or say just different certification stamps on the final judgment for a divorce. They're very specific about it, that LACERS will accept. So you got to give yourself a lot of extra time to get all those documents put together. So that's what I would do. Also with adding on to the LACERS program, perhaps, I would suggest that you guys send out a email blast at least once a year of the benefits calculator, because there's nothing like hard numbers of what your end of your career is going to look like and how much money you're actually going to have. So that might encourage some of the younger people or people closer to retirement to actually take a realistic look at what's going to be happening.
Thank you for that. That's good advice. Anyone else would like to kind of provide some information on what they would do differently or what they'd like to see added to the process?
This is Ray. Just perhaps some advice for some people. I do want to echo what Catherine said. I think it's very important to make sure as you approach retirement that you really understand and plan for the changes that will occur. As you look at perhaps what your benefit estimate might be, you have to make sure that, oh, okay, that's what I'm expecting, that I can live on that. Hopefully anyone what's in the city is contributing to deferred comp. I'll just make a little plug for deferred comp now. And so seeing that estimate, seeing what you might get out of deferred comp is really important as you go forward. Likewise, make sure you get all your documents together, squared away. I mean, you mentioned that you need to have your marriage, certificate or whatever. But certainly any Social Security numbers, cards, things of that, if you do have dependents, you want to have all that documentation. It would just make the process go a little bit, I think, more smoothly for everybody. Perhaps some advice or just some tips. I would probably make it clear that there's a retirement side, but also a healthcare side, and you're going to get contacted by different people. So just be aware of that. And as you approach, certainly on the healthcare side, we, as active employees, the city provides great benefits. And just being aware of your premiums are going to change quite a bit and what you're actually paying. Just having that clear understanding would be helpful. One advice I would give to potential retirees, I retired in October, was kind of a transition between your current healthcare plan and then sort of your open enrollment. And so understanding that if you're going to retire in the last quarter of a calendar year, just make sure that whatever benefits you have in place now, that truly you want those benefits come forward to the new calendar year. So all those things I think would be helpful, and just for folks to make sure they understand what those changes might occur.
Very good. Thank you for that. That's very informative. I also
wanted to also chime in. I agree with Ray, and in a sense that people need to just be probably informed a little more proactively about the option of deferred comp and exactly what that means for the end of their career. I myself worked about 24 years for the city. I took a penalty retirement. I had to wait till I was 55, but I didn't get the full 30 years in. But one of the things that did help my decision was that in the last 10 years, I really started to push my deferred comp. And it made it a lot easier to make the decision, knowing that even though I was taking a penalty, you have kind of a safety net. And so I think that's something that's important, especially to members who are going into seminars at a younger age, maybe in their 30s, and asking questions about financial security or things of that sort. I think that's important that they be advised of their options. Obviously the market's it's volatile. You never know, but you can invest however you want, and you can be as conservative as you want. And that's one of the nice parts about it. And so I think, like Ray said, I think it would be advisable to have that be a bigger portion of retirement presentation, just to really, I think, put people at ease when it comes to what they might be receiving at the end of their career.
Thank you for that, Rick. Ms. Ann Seals, did you want to add anything to that?
I mean, I could certainly endorse the effectiveness of having deferred comp. And while that is not the responsibility of LACERS, I think what I'm hearing the other panelists say, which I could endorse, is if LACERS can work with deferred comp. I mean, that's outside of the box. It's not LACERS' role. So I get that, but I guess adding that as an informational bulletin or something in the package is useful. But my thought process on that would be that you would have had to be enrolled in deferred comp a significant amount of time prior to retirement. So this is probably where the outreach team at LACERS could work with the personnel division and deferred comp specifically to just get that out to new members when they first even join the city of Los Angeles. But other than that, I think the process is very good. The information is there. It's explained really well. So I was quite satisfied.
Thank you for attending to that. Yes, deferred comp is an important piece. It is not part of LACERS, but it should be part of the planning for retirement, and it should be mentioned throughout the process so that folks can kind of go to deferred comp directly and get a good understanding of what their options are for retirement. And I'm sure our planning for retirement team is listening to what we're saying and will consider everything that you guys have mentioned, if not more. But what I did want to add a little bit, I think Ms. O'Connor kind of mentioned it, and Mr. Serrano too, of having all the documents and everything in order, certain divorce documents, certain things have, they're certified, not certified. What I do want to stress is the importance of all those required documents that you'll find out that you'll need, which is like proof of birth, proof of marriage, proof of divorce, proof of death. If you don't already have them, you need to get them, and they need to be either the certified copy, the final copy, depending on what you're providing. And another point that's important is that although these members that are, these retirees that are attending today may not have experienced that, is a lot of times what we have is an experience of members not having the documents and having to retrieve them and being a little lengthy, which can cause delays to their payroll, but also that there could be discrepancies. If there's a name discrepancy or birthday discrepancy, that complicates things. So it's in everyone's interest to look for your documents and obtain them a lot, with the significant time before you're going to retire so that you can attend to those. Because if you do have discrepancies, those will need to be tackled, and you don't want to tackle them at retirement. You want to tackle them prior to. So I just want to kind of make sure that we're aware of that for those folks that are listening in and planning to retire. So with that, I'm going to go into, I think it's close to our last question here. I believe so. Our next question is, if individual counseling is made available via Zoom, would you consider using that option? So I'll go ahead and start with Ms. O'Connor. So would you consider using the Zoom if it was a one-on-one?
Absolutely. If it was available, I don't know if it was when I actually retired, I would see it as heaven sent. Okay. Just as a backup for just a minute, one thing that LACERS that I'd like to let my coworkers know about is the buyback program, that if you're planning a long time in the future and you've worked for other cities, municipalities, or the state, you can buy back that time if you already cashed out.
Yes.
I went ahead and bought back like 8 years, and it really helped me out. So I just thought I'd throw it in there, but definitely the Zoom.
Good. No, that's a good point about the purchases. It's a big part of it. If anyone who's a city employee has previous city time that they didn't, don't have in their system, in their LACERS plan right now, or they work for another government entity, you want to find out about that sooner rather than later. So by the time retirement comes, you've already had the maximum amount of years. At least you have the information to make that decision on what to do if you have that option. Mr. Ray Serrana, did you want to add anything about that regarding the individual Zoom or anything else?
I think it's a great idea. I would certainly take advantage of it. Like I mentioned, I think it's a great step. It helps sort of establish more personal relationship with your counselor.
Right.
And I would also say that's what I pushed as part of LAFPP, and we were doing it for our members. As once the pandemic started, we were pushing to make sure we can get Zoom and have more of that personal contact with folks. So I think it's a great idea.
Thank you for that. Mr. Silva, would you like to chime in on that?
Yeah, I actually do think it's a good idea. It's like I said, it's nice to see a friendly face. A phone call is nice, but sometimes if you have the opportunity to be able to see someone face to face, and not everybody's mobile, obviously, and not everybody can get downtown. Like I mentioned earlier, I was able to get downtown a couple times during the process. And yeah, that would definitely benefit the members. And a lot of times it puts them at ease to see a friendly face, for sure.
Very good. And thank you for that, Mr. Silva. And Ms. Ann Seals, anything you'd like to add?
No, I think it's a very good idea, and it's very useful. Even if it's in 15-minute or 30-minute increments, I think it's Ray that mentioned that it just personalizes the session, so it makes you feel like you're really on the right track and you know what you're doing. So I think it's a great idea.
Perfect. And we do have that available now, folks. So we have, of course, the WRAP, and we have the retirement by mail, as Rick had mentioned, and others who participated in the WRAP. But we also have the individual Zoom now available. So we do want to kind of make sure members are aware of that, so that they can coordinate with their counselor if they prefer to do that. And is there anything else anyone would like to add before we finish off with the questions and hand it back off to Ms. Farrelyn Sneed?
Only that I'm kind of excited for the fact that you guys mentioned that there was going to be a little more outreach on the LACERS part. as far as putting the information out there. I think that's pretty exciting now that hopefully the pandemic is starting to wind down a little bit. It's
Yes.
That's one of the things about retiring, or the notion of retirement, is that I heard it from a lot of my fellow employees that they just weren't sure if they could retire.
Right.
And so if the information is made a little more accessible, if there's more actual outreach where it's things outside of just a seminar, informational booths at a farmer's market or things of that sort, I think it would actually benefit a lot of people's decisions to actually retire.
Very good. Very good. Anyone else want to finish or add anything that they weren't able to share with us before we hand it off to Ms. Sneed?
I just wanted to give a shout out to Tina and to Alejandra that helped me with all my paperwork and all. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I want to take this time to thank you for joining us. It was really nice to see your faces, to hear from you. Of course, some of our LACERS, people that were here with us as well. So I think this was a positive experience overall, and I'm hoping that the people attending today, which we have a really good turnout, will learn from some of the things that you've shared with us, and they'll reach out to us if they didn't hear something that they need. You can contact us by phone, by email, set up a Zoom. We're hopefully going to be opening up soon and having more in-person appointments. So we thank you again for your time, and we wish you a very healthy and long retirement. So thank you all for helping us with this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna hand it off to Ms. Fairlyn Sneed to continue with our program here. Thank you again.
Fairlyn, you're muted.
I'm sure our members appreciate your insight and your recommendations for what will help them make the retirement process much easier for themselves. So for right now, we're going to hand over to Tiffany, who's going to introduce our next segment. Thank you all again for attending.
Great. Thank you, Fairlyn. So our next speaker, before I introduce him, I just want to let you know that, again, our Q&A is open for all your questions, and we are coming up after this next presentation. We're going to do a live Q&A. So feel free to submit those questions, and we will pick from those questions a few of those to be answered live. So if you have any question about anything you've heard about Medicare, the wellness program, about the retirement experience, don't be shy. Go ahead and put those in the Q&A, and we will answer some of those live. With that being said, let's give a warm welcome to our next speaker, Gabriel Perez. He is a senior benefits analyst in our communications and stakeholders relations division, and he's going to be presenting on the LACERS member experience. So Gabriel, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Tiffany. Hello, everybody, and good afternoon. And thank you again for joining us for today's symposium. My name is Gabriel Perez, and I'm a senior benefits analyst in LACERS Communications and Stakeholder Relations Division. Primary focus of our division is providing member services, whether that's by fielding calls or electronic inquiries in the Member Service Center, or the education and outreach we provide through seminars, newsletters, on the internet, website, YouTube, and all that, that is handled by the member engagement team. I'll be presenting to you today on creating the LACERS member experience. Assisting me with our QA will be Heather Ramirez. Next slide, please. Heather will be responding to, go back one slide, sorry. Heather will be responding to questions live during the presentation, so watch our QA chat box for answers as those come in. If you're just joining us, a quick reminder that all participants are muted with their video off. And if you do have a question, make sure to submit it using the QA feature. The button at the bottom of the screen, which looks like 2 chat bubbles. The raise hand feature will not be used to take questions. Keep all questions and comments professional, and keep in mind that all the questions and answers will be posted on LACERS website soon. Of course, you can always email us with any questions at lacers.services@lacers.org, and one of our subject matter experts from the respective unit will respond. Next slide, please. First, a quick high-level overview of what we'll be covering today. LACERS has a member service agreement, which includes our service philosophy and our service level commitments. And I'll touch on some points relevant to today's presentation. I'll also talk about some of the innovations we've implemented at LACERS, both in our member service center, which is the first point of contact for members and the public, and otherwise to further positively impact the member experience. Finally, I'll talk briefly about where we're looking to innovate in the future and what we're looking forward to. Next slide, please. First, a look at our member experience agreement. And those are a couple of relevant excerpts from our service philosophy. First, our members should have easy 24-hour online access to services and information, first contact resolution being our goal in all cases. Member interactions should also be simple and streamlined, with LACERS looking for opportunities to further improvement, including making small, meaningful changes or nudges in a certain direction, and to provide automated self-service and other innovative options. And we'll review those and expand where possible for member convenience. Of course, always keeping the security of member data in mind. Now, we do update and refresh the service agreement to keep current with our member needs. And if you're interested in seeing the full member service agreement, you can find it at our website, lacers.org, in the About Us section, or directly at lacers.org/member-experience-agreement. Next slide, please. First, we'll cover the innovations in our Member Service Center. And the Member Service Center is the first point of contact for anyone who contacts LACERS, whether it's over the phone, online via email, direct message, or in person. These are some of the innovations implemented within the past couple of years that have allowed us to provide a better member experience. Next slide. The first innovation is the implementation of a cloud-based contact center. The product we use is Amazon Connect, which is used by other contact centers in the city and was brought into LACERS in June of 2020, which allowed some expanded capabilities for the team. First, Amazon Connect, being a cloud-based software, allows MSC staff to access the call center system from anywhere. And that allows our staff to work safely and remotely. The second thing is that this new software ability gives us the ability to update our messaging quickly, so we can change the prompts or messages that callers would hear as needed, and it can reflect as soon as we need it to. Amazon Connect also gave us some improved statistics reporting, which allows us to more easily look at and track trends, and thus we can improve our offerings or adjust messaging as needed. Next slide. Some of the biggest benefits we've seen from our implementation of Amazon Connect are the flexibility, first of all, to create customizable prompts to allow LACERS to provide information for hot button issues in a timely manner. So if we notice a lot of calls are coming in about a specific issue, we can create a prompt that will provide callers with that necessary information, and they won't necessarily have to spend time waiting in the queue to talk to an agent to get that information. This new software also gives us the ability to implement the auto callback function, which I'm sure you've experienced calling a lot of other call centers. This allows us to reduce our on-hold wait times for our callers. A caller can enter their phone number, and when their turn comes up in the queue, the system will automatically return their call and connect them to a member service center agent at LACERS. We also gain the ability to route calls directly to English or Spanish-speaking agents, which is a feature we didn't have before and has been instrumental in directing our Spanish speakers to the agents who are able to help them. Some new functionality that came with Amazon Connect includes the use of artificial intelligence via a feature called Contact Lens, which is a sentiment detecting software. It allows us to both analyze the tone of the call and identify specific words that might have been used during the call. And this will help us to ensure quality customer service and can also help us for analytics about what people are calling about. We now also have the ability to create our own post-call surveys. So callers can report on their experience at the end of their calls simply by waiting till the end of the call. Next slide, please. Now, LACERS was able to welcome members back into our office in person last year when we had a limited opening on an appointment-only basis. In order to facilitate these appointments, LACERS made use of the Microsoft Bookings application. This was software that was already existing in LACERS software suite, and it allows us to modify and deploy it quickly and have our staff determine the parameters of our appointment availability. This allowed both our members and staff to schedule appointments from the web as needed. And the software included the option of email and text confirmations and reminders, which could be sent automatically. The software also gave us custom fields, which allowed staff and users to both request or provide additional information on items such as parking, health requirements, or translation needs, for example. Next slide. Now, aside from our member service center, LACERS has adopted a few other innovations that improve the member experience overall. And we'll talk about those next. Next slide, please. The first of these is eBlast communications. It's a method of communication that we didn't utilize before and helps us to achieve some of the member service agreement items, including ease of access, providing relevant information, and making these resources available. Now, using eBlast allows us to provide more frequent monthly updates and our newsletters through email. Some of the big points about this are that this is cost effective. And since it eliminates print and mail costs, this would have been prohibitive if we were trying to do that on a monthly basis. So now we're able to communicate with our members in a frequency that we weren't able to in the past. Along those lines, it's allowed us to be more timely in our communications, so we can provide the most relevant content and information about our programs and events and the other offerings that we have upcoming. We can also personalize our communications, targeting a specific population. So we can send an e-blast only to our active members who are still working, or only to our retiree population, and we can tailor those communications with the content that would be relevant to each of them. Finally, we are also now able to receive trackable metrics from our e-blasts. We can see what the open rate is, which is how many of our members opened the email, and the click-through rate, which is how many people actually clicked on a link that we included in the e-blast. And these stats help us to tailor our content and determine what topics are the most important to our members and what we should focus on. Next slide. Now, you might have known this was coming, but like so many other organizations, LACERS also implemented the use of Zoom for our webinars. We did this in July of 2020 and have continued to use it since. As you can see, we are here in one now. The jump to Zoom gave us a number of benefits. First of all, it allowed us to accommodate a large number of attendees. Previously, we would have been limited to the physical space in the room. In fact, in this event is being attended by more than 200 people last I looked, and our physical boardroom was only able to hold a max about 80 people before. Now, it allows our members also access to our presentations from anywhere. So no more having to wake up early, navigate the difficulties of having to come to downtown LA to attend one of our seminars, most notable of which being sitting in traffic and finding parking in downtown. Instead, members can roll out of bed minutes before an event and attend from the comfort of their own home. And this, of course, makes it a more efficient use of time for both our staff and the members, not having to deal with those additional issues. Zoom also allowed us to more easily record our live events, which we can then save and upload to our YouTube channel, which I'll talk about a little bit later. And that gives even more people the opportunity to view the event, even if they couldn't be there when it took place. Finally, Zoom also allowed us to continue our use of our customer satisfaction surveys, since participants can be automatically directed to a survey at the conclusion of any of the events. Next slide, please. Now, the use of Zoom for webinars is a fairly obvious thing to talk about since we're all here in this presentation. But another way that LACERS has implemented Zoom is for the purposes of one-on-one video counseling. This actually gave us the ability to schedule members for Zoom one-on-one sessions at the members' request. To do this, in fall of 2021, LACERS procured Zoom government licenses, and these government licenses provide enhanced security settings so we can safeguard member information during a counseling session. This allowed us to offer an additional avenue for members to receive virtual face-to-face meetings when a phone call would not have been satisfactory. And the visual component of Zoom, of course, helps to facilitate communication where it would be helpful, such as showing a document or helping to fill out a form. Next slide. Our next innovation was to make the retirement process a bit more accessible. We developed the LACERS Retirement Application Portal, or RAP, and that was launched in summer of 2021. It's a secure and a convenient online portal where eligible members, currently Tier 1 members applying for a normal service retirement or an early service retirement, can apply to retire and go through the process. Now, we have a full wrap playlist on our YouTube channel. Again, I'll come to that, but it provides a demo on how to use the portal. And if you were watching the video during the lunch break earlier, you would have seen an excerpt from that video, as well as other instructional videos to help guide you through the wrap and the retirement process. Next slide. You can find the retirement application portal or the wrap online at retire.lacers.org. And if you're one of our Tier 1 members, the easy to use portal allows you to retire entirely online. You can upload and submit your required documents securely, sign your application electronically, check on your application status, and more from the comfort of your own home. And it's worth noting that over 75% of the eligible applicants used the wrap to retire last year. Next slide. I've mentioned this a couple times, so it's time to talk about our LACERS YouTube channel. The channel was created in January 2020, and up to now we've gained over 1,500 subscribers, and LACERS staff has produced and posted over 120 videos. The videos that we posted cover a variety of content, including some short 2 to 5 minute single topic sessions on things like disability, legal, health, Medicare, survivor benefits, and other topics. We also have a couple of full-length planning for retirement seminars for both Tier 1 and Tier 3 members. So in addition, if you couldn't attend one of those, you can always view one at any time at your own convenience. Now, I did mention that there was a playlist that covers videos relating to retirement through the retirement application portal. And of course, we also have other videos for more retiree focused, excuse me. These are things that include like our open enrollment sessions, technology workshops, and some of our other wellness content. Next slide. For those of you interested, I would invite you to scan the QR code on screen right now using your mobile device. You can, of course, just open up your phone's camera. I don't know what I did with my phone, but you could open up your phone's camera, point it out there at the QR code, and you will see a little link pop up that you can tap, and it'll take you directly to our channel. Or, of course, you can visit the link at your leisure, youtube.com/LacersYouTube. I mentioned during our break earlier, you saw clips from our YouTube channel. All of those videos that were interspersed are from our YouTube channel, which included a broad look at the types of videos that LACERS produces to help our members both prepare for retirement and to continue to educate and enrich you after your retirement experience. Some of the snippets that you might have seen earlier included our investments division, a snippet from our planning retirement seminar, snippet from the retirement application portal demo, our LACERS Well fitness event, and one of our many technology workshops that we offer for retirees. Next slide. Now, I'd like to round this out with some of the statistics and information that we collect within our division for the last fiscal year, 2022. So last fiscal year, we had 62,000 total member inquiries across phone calls, emails, and inquiries that were submitted via our MyLacers portal. Our emails received at lacers.services@lacers.org. 99% of the emails we receive at our address were responded to within 1 business day. 21,000 members took advantage of their 24/7 access to their LACERS information through their online MyLacers account. And I'll talk about this in just a moment, a little bit about MyLacers. We conducted 78 seminars last fiscal year, hosting over 1,800 participants that were learning about their retirement benefits. Our member service center staff responded to 53%, over half of our 44,000 phone calls that they received last year, in less than 2.5 minutes. And just a quick little side note, on average, our member service center agents handle about 135 calls a week each. Next slide, please. Now, finally, we'll just round off by talking about some of the things that we're looking forward to as we move ahead to the future. Now, we are looking forward to a user expansion for our retirement application portal, which will allow us to expand to cover the rest of our membership beyond just Tier 1. We are also looking forward to the opening of our new LACERS headquarters, and we'll be looking forward to welcoming our members in to the building once we are there and settled. We are also reintroducing our in-person planning for retirement seminars starting next month. I believe the first one that we have scheduled has already filled, but keep an eye out for future e-blasts, and we'll no doubt provide information about any other in-person events that we do wind up scheduling. Our My LACERS portal, which I mentioned a couple times, will benefit from some expansion with member-initiated contact information updates. And this includes some such things as the home address update for retirees. We'll also be looking to further expand the video offerings in our LACERS YouTube channel content, and we'll be refreshing some of those videos with the most up-to-date information. Next slide. Now, this is going to conclude my presentation, and I'll leave you with our contact information for LACERS. You can, of course, always reach us via email at lacers.services@lacers.org or via phone at 800-779-8328. I do want to mention that in-person visits are temporarily suspended while we are in the move to our new building, but keep an eye on our website at lacers.org for the latest information about that. And at this time, I guess we'll go to the Q&A portion, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So thank you, Gabriel, for that great presentation on the member experience. Your team does great work, I hear. So to bring us into the live Q&A session, Nathan, do you want to handle this part?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Gabe, as well. So right now we're in a live question and answer session once again. So I'd like to invite back Karen, Farrellyn, and Heather in that order to pose questions and respond to questions. And for everyone in attendance, this is a chance to submit your questions right now if you have them, again, relating to healthcare and benefits, future Medicare, all the things we covered here in the last block of presentations.
Thank you, Nathan. Again, I'm Karen Frey. I'm the Chief Benefits Analyst for Health, Wellness, and Buyback Division. I will be picking a couple of questions because we do have several of our moderators here that would do the same thing for the benefits side. So first question, and I do want to send this to our health team. That's James Kawashima and Margaret Drank. What happens if Medicare runs out of money? Will LACERS still pay for my health coverage?
Hi, Karen. Hi, everyone. My name is James Kawashima, Senior Benefits Analyst for the Health, Wellness, and Buyback Division. Yeah, so that's a good question. So what would happen if Medicare runs out of money? So just basically saying that if Medicare is no longer available, LACERS will still administer your health benefits according to the applicable rules that we have at that time. The benefits, they still may be similar to those provided to members who are not eligible for Medicare. So those under the age of 65. And of course, LACERS, we always monitor all legislative changes, and we will always provide information whenever they become available.
Thank you for that, James. Now, I'm going to ask a question to our panelists from Anthem, Peter Cassidy, Dr. Alana Thompson-Bird, and Mr. Ramiro Salas. Both your presentation appear to focus a lot on the Advantage plan. Peter from Anthem or Dr. Alana Thompson-Bird, what do you think is the future of the Medicare supplement plan, which is the original Medicare? Would that still be available?
Thank you, Karen. I think for the most part, Medicare supplement plans, I think they'll stay in the individual market. However, what I've seen is group plans have been leaving doing a coordination of benefits plan or a Medicare supplement plan, moving away from that and moving into Medicare Advantage. Whether that be HMO or, as I said earlier, a lot more to the PPO. And the reason for that is because the PPO is very similar in terms of a supplement where it's any provider that's willing to accept Medicare. So that's why I think you're going to kind of see that go by the wayside in the group world, the supplement plans, and you'll see many more groups go into a Medicare Advantage PPO situation.
Thank you for that, Peter. Last question for health. This is regarding the income-related monthly adjusted amount, also known as IRMA for Medicare, which is a very hot topic right now at LACERS. James Kawashima or Margaret Drank, do you think that we are, or one of the questions that we got from our members is LACERS considering reimbursing IRMA in the future?
Okay, so right now, LACERS is still just in the early stages of exploring allowing the reimbursement for the IRMAs. Currently, like the administrative code does not allow LACERS to reimburse IRMAs. We can only reimburse the basic Part B premium. So I think back in like August, the Board of Administration basically approved like a study of the feasibility of IRMA reimbursement. So right now we're still just in that early stages, currently doing the study through our actuary.
Thank you for that, James. Now I'm going to transfer it back to Tiffany, or I believe, to Stephanie for the wellness questions.
Thank you, Karen. I have a question for Crystal regarding the Champion program. How would a retiree join the Champion program?
Thank you, Stephanie. Basically, a champion can go to the LACERS website, go to www.lacers.org, and they can actually fill out the form that's called Request to Become a Champion. Or the quickest way is that they can actually email the wellness team directly at lacerswell@lacers.org and to let us know that they're interested in becoming a champion.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Crystal. Another question, which I'll address, that has been asked in prior LACERS wellness events, virtual events, is when will we return to in-person offerings or events? Our members miss the extravaganzas, the social engagement, and the information that they get from that. So I'm happy to share that we are planning to resume in-person offerings. The team is currently looking at possible dates and venues. So, Gabriel gave that presentation on the eBlast. So look out for your eBlast communications, various mass communications that are sent out from LACERS to learn more about the dates that we plan on having LACERS wellness events. We look forward to seeing everyone at these events. I'll now pass it over to Farrellyn.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm going to cover just several of the points that our panel made. First of all, plan for your retirement. LACERS has so many opportunities for our members to get down to the nitty-gritty of what they need to retire. Now, segueing into that, what do you need to retire? Our panelists also talked about the importance of having your required documents. What are those required documents? Again, birth certificates, marriage certificates, substitute documents, anything having to do with Social Security that we would need. What to keep in mind is if you have to secure those documents,
looks like Farrellyn might be having some technical difficulties. Delia, are you able to hop on real quick?
Yeah, I'm having a few technical, the camera doesn't want to stay on.
Oh,
okay.
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Just to recap, did you hear me when I was saying Plan for your retirement and avail yourselves of all the opportunities LACERS offers to help you plan for your retirement. They get down to the nitty-gritty of what it is to retire, think about your future, what you're going to be doing during your retirement. Everything that you need to know is available in different the planning for retirement seminars. Also want to recap on what our panel members discussed in terms of making sure that you have your required documents. Those required documents being your birth certificate, Social Security information, and divorce documents. If you don't have those documents, remember you're going to have to go to the public agency where you're going to have to secure copies of that, and that takes time. Typically, it can take anywhere from 30 days to 60 days. During the pandemic, it was taking more than 4 months. So keep that in mind when you're applying for retirement, because we will need to have those documents. Also, something we would discuss when we were having our group counseling is the importance of making sure that you also have a legal document in place that helps you in the event, you know, you can't help yourself. And that would be our power of attorney document. Now, this is to help you to help you with the retirement process, in the sense that we have members every year that, you know, due to unforeseen circumstances, are not able to do their retirement paperwork by themselves, and they need assistance. And so we want you to think about making sure that you can identify someone who can act on your behalf if you're unable to. This can help you finish the retirement process. They can help you when it comes to filling out all sorts of documentation, securing documentations, and gives LACERS the ability to talk to someone on your behalf, because without that power of attorney document, we cannot discuss anything having to do with your retirement. So those are the things. Oh, one more thing. If you have a domestic partnership, please make sure that you have it filed with LACERS. The city has different benefits. Every pension plan has their own domestic partnership document, and employee benefits has their own domestic partnership document. Please make sure that you file with LACERS so that you can ensure that your domestic partner is eligible to receive a benefit from LACERS. That pretty much covers everything that we wanted to touch base on, and I'm going to hand it over now to Heather.
All right, thanks so much, Fairlyn. My name is Heather Ramirez. I'm a Senior Benefits Analyst 2 with the Communications and Stakeholder Relations Division. So I just have a few questions for you, Gabriel. First one being, as an active member, where can I learn more about my upcoming retirement?
Well, there's actually a number of opportunities that you have, and it's been talked about by many people besides just us. Biggest one would be the Planning for Retirement seminars. As I mentioned in my presentation, we have a pre-recorded one for both Tier 1 and Tier 3 members. If you would like to check those out on YouTube, that's available to you whenever you'd like. We offer the Planning for Retirement seminars also regularly. Tier 1s we're offering at least 3 times a month, and I believe Tier 3s are maybe once a quarter. But you can always go see the dates for those on our website at lacers.org. You can see the calendar for all the upcoming events. You can also register for those using your MyLacers account. So if you have a MyLacers account, when you log in, you can see the upcoming events and use that to register for those. And those are just the primary ways I'd say that you could prepare for retirement and really learn about your benefit. One thing about those seminars is as we move towards the in-person ones, even prior to the pandemic, deferred comp was always part of our presentations, and they remained to be part of our Planning for Retirement seminars even during when we were conducting them over Zoom. So we always have the opportunity for you guys to learn about that. And as we resume the in-persons, I'm sure we'll be continuing some sort of hybrid of where we will do Zoom presentations as well as the in-persons moving forward. But you can always check our website and check our calendar for what we're doing as far as those presentations.
Follow-up question to that, Gabe. Say I'm a member and I have a group of coworkers that would like to learn more about LACERS information. Would you be able to come to our department and present to us directly?
So yeah, actually, we do have, there's a way, if you have a department or if you have a section, if you have a group of people at your work and you'd like, maybe you can't come to a LACERS event, LACERS Planning for Retirement seminar, but you would like to have one of our staff. Our member engagement team does do that, where we go out to conduct new employee orientations. We can conduct a full planning for retirement seminar or a shortened version of that. We've done it for other offices. So if you're interested in that, you can, of course, always email us. That's probably the easiest thing. But we do have a spot on our site, specifically at lacers.org, where you can fill out, there's a little survey there where you can tell us about your department, what you're looking for, and your location, your department, how many people you expect. And you'll submit that directly to us, and we'll be in contact about when we can schedule you for that. So you can go, as I said, to lacers.org. I believe it's in the it's in the contact us section, and can fill that out. If you work for HR, or if you have a group of employees that you'd like to have attend a seminar.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Gabe. And then another question I have is, as a retired member, where can I access my 1099-R each year?
This is actually a really good question, just in terms of a lot of things. So as a retiree, or let me start by saying, as an active member, we've talked a lot about MyLacers. I in particular have mentioned the MyLacers portal, and we didn't really, I don't know that I really explained what that is. So MyLacers being our portal where you can log in to see your LACERS information. You can see your contributions, you can see the funds that are in there. Some of the other things you can see as an active member are your beneficiaries, your service purchase contracts and their outstanding balances if you have any. And you can also run yourself retirement benefit estimates. This MyLacers account becomes even more valuable, I would say, after you retire. So to answer the question specifically about the 1099-R, once you retire, your MyLacers account will convert from an active member's account to a retired member's account. And at that point, what will start happening is that when LACERS pays you and you receive your statement of earnings and deductions, I believe is what it's called, you will start to see those appear in your MyLacers account. So you can get a duplicate of those at any time. You can review them as soon as they're posted. And your 1099-R, that's the tax form that you receive as a retiree. So it's not a W-2 anymore. It's a 1099-R, but you will also be able to pull up that form as soon as it becomes available. I believe sometime in late January. So you will be able to do your taxes as quickly as you're able to access your MyLacers account. And just a side note about that, that's not the only benefit of MyLacers. There is also a couple other things in there. There's a tax calculator. There is a health cost calculator if you're thinking about changing medical plans and things like that. So it's a pretty robust, portal. Whether you're an active member or a retired member. So I would highly encourage anybody who maybe hasn't signed up yet to do so. You would do so by visiting mylacers.lacers.org, or you can go to lacers.org and click the MyLacers button. There is a way to request a PIN, and the PIN would be required to create your account, or you can always just give us a call and we can mail that PIN out to you. Once you create your account, it's yours to run with as you please.
All right, great. Thanks, Gabriel. That's all the questions that we have here. So I'm going to turn it back over to Tiffany and Nathan.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Very good section there. A lot of good information. I want to also thank our LACERS retirees again that joined for that roundtable discussion. So now we're going to hear about LACERS vision and initiatives from the LACERS leadership team, made up of Mr. Neil Guglielmo, LACERS General Manager, Todd Bowie, Executive Officer, and Dale Wong Nguyen, Assistant General Manager. Take it away.
Thanks, Nathan. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully everybody's still awake after just hearing so much great information and hopefully having an opportunity to eat lunch during our break as well. So wanted to go ahead and turn towards our vision presentation. Great, thank you so much. So 3 key elements that are represented here on just this first slide. And I'm going to go back in time just a little bit. So I joined LACERS back in 2018. In that time, the last 5 years or so, I've had a really good opportunity to get to know the staff, to get to know many of our members as well that we serve. And it was very clear there were some real organizational strengths that LACERS had when I first came on board. I would say the largest strength has been that of just a very talented, committed, and experienced LACERS staff. Great leadership from our board, and then really good support structures. For example, our IT team is excellent. All of that helps us best serve the members and administer the plan, the benefits. So when I came on board, I thought, well, we already have a good department doing, I would think, excellent work for our members, but what can we do to further improve? What are those areas where we could truly excel as a public pension plan? So what I wanted to do was build on our strengths and really have a shared vision amongst the entire team. So the first item was really how do we improve the experience that our members have when they're accessing their benefits, when they're interacting with our staff at all various levels throughout the organization. What should the members come to be able to expect in terms of service standards? So that was the first item. The second really is strengthening the fiscal health of the plan. As a public pension plan, we're expected to be around for the lives of our members and all of our beneficiaries. So we're in for the long haul. So what can we do to strengthen the plan and its financial condition? And then thirdly, when it comes to governance, how can we operate more efficiently? How can we operate more effectively? How can we recruit and train and develop really an outstanding workforce? We have a great team, but we have staff that will promote to other departments because they get great experience working at LACERS. We have staff that retire as well, and those create critical gaps for us. So how do we as an organization fill those positions and move forward in the best way possible? If we can turn to the next slide. So one way in which we've done this that's been very important and I think very effective has been the use of our business plan initiatives. So what are business plan initiatives, and what do we mean by this? So essentially, this is where staff and the management team get together to advance our highest priority initiatives and programs and projects. This slide that you'll see here demonstrates those items we've worked on over the last 5 years. So each of those years, we've had a number of different initiatives. Some of those initiatives are multi-year projects or programs. We establish clear lines of authority and accountability across the organization. And then we track and report on key information, metrics and such against these various programs. And that helps us both develop a culture of ownership and also to identify those challenges and hurdles that we face and then ensure that we get the resources and leadership to overcome those challenges, as will happen in so many different projects over the years. So ultimately what this has done has been to increase transparency that we have as an organization, both within to staff, to our leadership with the Board of Commissioners, as well as to our members and just the general public. So I'm now going to turn the next slide over, and I believe it's Dale up next.
Thank you, Neil. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dale Wong-Win. I'm the Assistant General Manager of Benefits Operations, and I'm here to provide a brief overview of the strategic planning process. Actually, excuse me, Neil already did that. So I'm going to just go into talking about some of the key accomplishments we've had since 2018 up until the pandemic. And I'll describe a few of these accomplishments which have strengthened our 3 pillars. So first pillar is to improve the member experience. We've successfully implemented a new pension administration system. This was in March of 2018. This enterprise system maintains the record of all of our active and retired members, their contributions, all of the information needed to provide their benefits. And this new system replaced a 19-year-old pension administration system. And after 5 years of development and testing at a cost of over $8 million, we were able to implement this system. Now, as some of you have seen in the news, implementing a major system replacement can go very wrong. In this particular case, fortunately, without skipping a beat, we continue to successfully pay monthly retirement benefits accurately and on time. And we continue to process retirements, survivorships, and enrollments into the retiree health plans reliably and timely. Part of the features available in this new pension administration system was making available the member portal, which Gabe talked about in the last segment. And this member portal is available 24/7 so that members can access their personal account information. So for instance, in the middle of the night, if you're having a bad day, a member can go into their LACERS account to see when they're first eligible for retirement and what their estimated retirement benefit can be. And this provides instant happiness and gratification. So in the area of achieving fiscal resiliency, I just wanted to touch on one of these achievements, and that is in fiscal year 2018-19, we established a healthcare trust fund. This allows us to invest the funds of the healthcare trust in safe instruments that will have higher returns than the treasury rate, which was where they were invested prior to the establishment of the healthcare trust fund. It also allows us to retain surplus dental premiums after paying dental plan costs, which can be used towards leveling future increases in the dental plan rates. And then in the area of enhancing good governance, even before the pandemic, Neil talked about having transparency, and we did increase our transparency by making board meetings available through City Phone so that members could not have to join our meetings in person, but they could listen over City Phone to the discussions that the board had and the decision-making basis of decision-making which they made. Another major accomplishment to help strengthen LACERS was the creation of a career ladder for our benefits series employees. This persistence working through the civil service system over several years paid off with the recognition of the specialized knowledge and skills of our benefits staff, and putting these specialized employees in a benefits series where there's a clear path of promotion from benefits specialists to benefits analysts, senior benefits analyst to chief benefits analyst. And this allows us to retain quality employees with benefits experience and knowledge. So next, I'll hand this presentation over to my colleague, Todd Bowie, to talk more about the pandemic pivot and more recent accomplishments.
Thank you, Dale. And so there we were humming along, and then the pandemic, just an absolute shock to the system. So much uncertainty from the outset. And you can go ahead and advance the slide, Lily, thank you. LACERS itself was, by design, operated almost exclusively in person, on site, with minimal remote working capability. And so when the pandemic hit so unexpectedly and mandated lockdowns were put into place, this sudden shift caused significant organizational shock, as the infrastructure and technology needed to support remote work was not in place, and many staff were not familiar with the tools needed for remote collaboration and communication. LACERS had to quickly acquire and set up the tools to support remote work. Managers had to quickly learn how to lead and manage remote teams. But this lack of face-to-face interaction and collaboration created significant challenges for us. So the team was used to working together in person and relied on this collaboration to get work done quickly and efficiently. The shift to remote work created barriers to communication and coordination, and it could be difficult to adjust to the new way of working and home life balance that we all were striving to achieve. And of course, the pandemic caused significant concern for our members, many facing health and financial uncertainties. But LACERS pension benefits, payments, healthcare, all continued without disruption. It's because throughout these challenges, LACERS was able to adapt and continue to provide services to our members. The team learned how to use the new tools and technology to collaborate and communicate effectively. And managers developed new strategies for leading and managing remote teams. We embraced new ways to serve our members. And while the pandemic caused significant organizational shock, it also provided an opportunity for LACERS to innovate and find new ways to work and serve our members. Most important to all of us, to all this, is the fact that LACERS staff are resilient, having navigated the challenges and changes and showing great courage and commitment to the organization and our members, who we thank in turn for their patience and perseverance as we are in the process of transforming ourselves. Next slide. So here are some of the numerous ways we shifted our services and offerings with the initial loss of in-person services and with the ongoing need to put protections in place for our members. Heard about many of these throughout the course of today. But digitization of services was essential, and thanks in part to having begun developing plans to make improvements in digital services, we were able to quickly put some pieces in place with early development and deployment of a new modernized website, followed soon after by a new phone system, digital forums, YouTube, video conferencing, and communication tools for engaging and informing our members. And more recently, launching a retirement application portal along with secure document upload capabilities. With all these together, allowing our members to safely interact and conduct their business with LACERS. Next slide. Paramount to serving our members, of course, is the fund. I think most are aware of the roller coaster of a marketplace we've had since the beginning of the pandemic, from significant losses to massive gains to the volatility we're seeing now. LACERS investments team worked closely with the board to navigate circumstances unlike any we've ever experienced, while largely staying the course towards our long-term objectives, but making strategic decisions that have helped the fund stay ahead of where we were even prior to the pandemic. Next slide. Underlying all of this, the unsung heroes are the infrastructure and support made possible by LACERS internal administrative and technology groups. Incredible effort touching nearly every aspect of our organization, staff, and members. I've never seen anything like what I've experienced here at LACERS with this team we have in place. Just the magnitude and complexity of what has been accomplished is incredible and lasting. And the job is not yet done. Next slide. Soon, we'll be looking forward to engaging our members at our new headquarters building at 977 North Broadway in downtown Los Angeles. We'll have a modern workspace with improved member service capabilities, technology that supports our new ways of working, and greater operational resiliency. It'll be LACERS' home for decades to come, and we're in the final stages of bringing that vision to reality with our opening to be announced very soon. Certainly, LACERS' future is bright. Next slide. Neil?
Thanks, Todd. So many great things are on the horizon for us, either work that is in progress or work that we're looking forward to tackling down the road. Our strategic planning process this year with the board, the staff, surveys we'll be doing with all of our active and retired members that will help inform what goals and projects we seek to pursue in the coming years. Integration of artificial intelligence is also very exciting. How can we best utilize new technology to make our work even more efficient, saving some staff time and maybe even getting responses out to members even sooner? That's a great opportunity for us really to take advantage of new technology. The retirement application portal has been, just a wonder, something that transformed what still is a fairly lengthy paper application for retirement into just less than a dozen screens that you can go through and essentially fill out your retirement and proceed on into a great retirement that you've earned. Language access, ensuring that all of our members, retired, active beneficiaries, can access, our LACERS information in ways that are more meaningful for them, whether that's in Spanish or some other language. Business intelligence, again, going back to how we as an organization use information and data to improve our work and to overcome challenges that we face. Building that best team of staff possible that helps all of us get our work done and helps all of you as you look towards retirement or as you tackle your own challenges in retirement. And I did want to add great support staff across the department, but really, I think what does help us shine LACERS is the staff that you have in your health and your member groups and your retirement services. They're the ones that touch your lives and help make your retirement the best retirement possible. So such an important group of staff all across the department that are here to help LACERS move forward as the best possible public pension plan in the nation. And we're here to serve you every single day. Even if you have difficulties, questions, please reach out to us. We're here to assist you. So our future is bright. We should all be wearing shades. I'm going to end my comments there and turn it over back to, I think, Tiffany, because I know our board president will have some concluding remarks.
Yes. Thank you, Neil. So before I turn it over to our board president, I just want to note we are coming to the conclusion of today's pension symposium. I just want to thank you all for spending your day or a portion of your day really learning and engaging with our wonderful speakers and our wonderful LACERS staff. We truly appreciate the time and your interest in learning more about what we had to share with you today. On that note, before you log off, shut down your computer for the day, we are going to have a survey that's going to pop up on your screen right after this webinar closes. So we'd really appreciate if you take a moment to go ahead and answer those few questions for us. This is really to give us feedback of what you liked about the symposium, maybe some topics for future symposiums or events that you would like to attend in the future. So if you could please hang around for a couple more minutes after the event concludes, we'd really appreciate any feedback that you can provide to us at the end. And with that, to give us some wonderful closing remarks, let's welcome back Board President Nilza Serrano.
Thank you so much, Tiffany, and thank you so much to the entire team that put this together. It was an amazing event. I learned so much, and I'm excited to be able to praise the work that LACERS staff has done. Thank you. These past few years have required a lot of us to adapt to changes. The pandemic has been incredibly destructive to society, to our work environment, and in our personal lives. LACERS has overcome many challenges in this time, and I would like to thank my fellow commissioners, staff, and our members for the incredible fortitude and patience. We also close this 2023 LACERS Symposium. I would like to adjourn in remembrance of all those members, beneficiaries, co-workers, friends, and loved ones we have lost in the last 3 years. A quick reminder that the question and answers will be posted on our website and that you can view the full video of today's symposium on the LACERS YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you at our wellness event, board and committee meetings in the future and future symposiums. And now we're going to move on to other business. Do we have any other business from the commissioners? Seeing none, we are adjourning this meeting. Our next regular board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, February 28th at 10 a.m. via telephone or via conferencing. Please continue to view LACERS website for update information. And that are my closing remarks. Thank you so much, Neil. Is there anything else?
No, thank you, Board President Serrano. And again, big thanks to all of our commissioners, to staff, and all of our attendees, especially our guest speakers for today. Just really great information that we shared, hopefully helpful for everyone.
Thank you. The meeting's formally adjourned. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day.